It's mute now. صباح الخير جميعا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة الحضور والمشاركين الكرام، بداية أود وبالنيابة عن فريق عمل مينوج أن أرحب بكم جميعا لحضوركم ومشاركتكم في المؤتمر السابع عشر لمجموعة مشغلي الشبكات في الشرق الأوسط، والذي ينعقد للمرة الثانية على التوالي في سلطنة عمان الحبيبة. وأيضا أحب أن أشكر هيئة تنظيم قطاع الاتصالات العمانية لاستضافتها لهذا المؤتمر، ونرحب بالمشاركين الكرام من الخارج وأتمنى لهم إقامة طيبة، ولأعمال المشترك الأعمال هذا الملتقى أن يتكلل بنجاح والفائدة التي تعم الجميع إن شاء الله. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of MENOG team, I would like to welcome and thank all of you for coming to Muscat and participate with us in MENOG meeting, MENOG 17 meeting. And also for those who have come from far distances, we appreciate the efforts that you have come to participate with us and join this extraordinary meeting, as we will have the chance to meet, discuss, talk about plans, strategies, also talk about opportunities that we have in our region. Thank you very much for the attending, and please enjoy the meeting, enjoy Muscat, and enjoy MENOG 17. Thank you very much. Now we will start our first welcome speech from Mr. Mohammed Al Ismaili, the Vice President from Regulatory and Compliance Unit of TRA Oman.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear me? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Dr. Hamid Rawahi, the Executive President of TRA, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to your second country, Oman, and would like to wish you a pleasant and enjoyable stay. It is also my pleasure to welcome you to the Middle East Network Operators Group, whose members have an interest in the technical coordination of the Internet and the way of the Internet is structured and governed. Oman, along with its peers in the Middle Eastern region, is witnessing rapid growth of Internet in terms of business applications and social media, giving rise to demand for secure and high-standard applications and services. IP addresses is a key and essential resources in the emerging broadband world, and it is our responsibility, all of us here, to develop and make these resources available without creating any barriers. In the last few days, we have completed 2 workshops, namely IPv6 for ISPs and DNSSEC. The IPv6 workshop gave an insight into building a scalable IPv6 addressing plan, as well as issues relating to security and how to implement IPv6 in BGP. The DNS workshop covered important topics such as understanding the concept of DNS and DNS operations, know how to configure DNS recursive and authoritative servers, reverse DNS and configuration understandings, the concept of DNS security. Today's meeting would contribute to pave the way to the strengthening of our understanding and equip us to deal with IPv6 migration challenges, as well as meeting the growing demand for Internet access in the era of major technology transformative trends such as Internet of Things, smart cities, machine-to-machine communications. This is an opportunity to study and examine the requirement of the increased demand for Internet protocols by moving up from 3G to 4G and so forth in the ever-expanding mobile network services. Cloud computing, Internet of Things, big data, and cybersecurity are at our doorsteps, and we need to deal with these emerging technologies effectively. The policy making and development of appropriate resources as well as standards in our domain are key to support the evolving technologies and fast-paced adoption of new practices in the industry. Engagement of the local community in the events such as MENOG is also a successful step towards supporting these new technologies and practices, which I believe is happening in our meeting today, involving different professionals from relevant sectors, as can be seen here. To conclude, I hope this meeting achieves its targeted aims, and I wish it a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad. And now we have a welcome speech and update from RIPE NCC team from Port Nidek, please.
I think somebody needs to put up my presentation.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think here it is. What do I want to do here? I don't have my glasses, so I can't really see.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't have my glasses there. I couldn't see so great here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Rendick. I'm the External Relations Director at the RIPE NCC. It's such a pleasure to be back here in Oman. The last couple times I've been here on short holidays because I do live in Dubai these days. So it's a quick drive to get here and spend some great time around this country. Unfortunately, this time they've sent me here for work and not for pleasure. But it's wonderful to be back in your country. For all of you Omanis in the room, thank you very much for welcoming us here and for actually having the MENOG meeting come back to your country. So thank you. I'm going to give a short update on the RIPE NCC here, but before I do that, I wanted to say happy birthday, MENOG. MENOG is 10 years old. Wow. When we started this thing 10 years ago, I had no idea where this was going to go. I was somebody who wanted to drive something in the region to get us going onto something maybe regionally here. In my presentation, I'm going to touch on what RIPE NCC, it's just one of the organizations that does internet administration. We do this together with a lot of different industry partners, but I'm going to talk about maybe what RIPE NCC is looking at in the region, because what we're seeing kind of developing is that, great, it's nice to have a regional meeting and for us to all come together at something like MENOG, and that's important because it's important to kind of see what's happening with the countries beside me, what's happening with my colleagues in countries around me that are relevant to my country. That's important, but I don't think we can focus all of our time on that. We have way too much to do in our own countries, and that's what we're seeing happening. That's what the RIPE NCC is feeling from its membership also, so that's something I wanted to share with you today. So. I know that we are going to be celebrating MENOG a little bit later. I think there are some presentations on, from the PC chair, of course, on where MENOG is going. It's changed immensely, and the things that it's doing will be showcased to you, so I won't touch on those, but I did want to say happy birthday to MENOG, and I'm happy that we're here after 10 years. So, and we're celebrating it here in Oman. How lovely. So there's a lot on the cards going on at the RIPE NCC. I'm going to talk about our focus in 2017, formalizing some of our external relationships, looking at regional presence and maybe even local presence, taking the regional to local country presence. I'll give you a little bit of information on resource transfers because that's something that is pretty hot in this region, what's going on with the IPv4 address space. There's much more going on in RIPE NCC than that, but I will concentrate on these pieces. So the membership growth, I've only got one slide here. I'm not even going to go into very much detail here. As you can see, sharply up to the right. It's pretty much the same throughout the whole region of the 76 countries that we service, whether it's Europe or Central Asia, Middle East, the figures of growth pretty much all the same. We're all going up that way to the right. So I didn't really want to concentrate too much on the membership growth. What I can say is that from 2012, until now, look at this, we have pretty much doubled our membership size at the RIPE NCC. But the membership composition is slightly changing, right? And I think that a changing RIPE NCC membership reflects a changing internet environment. I think we need to be careful of that. I think that if you look at from 2012 until now, the new members that we're bringing on board, they aren't the classic ISPs or telco-style companies. We're seeing enterprise organizations coming into this game, right? Banks, these sorts of members coming on board. So the whole portfolio of what we would see our membership and what the membership wants from something like the RIPE NCC or even other industry partners like ICANN or ISOC or what have you, I think even that is changing these days. So this is the slide I wanted to show you. We are now almost 16,000 members of the RIPE NCC. With this sharp growth, as you can well imagine, we've scampered about saying, whoa, you know, what's happening here? Where are the economies of scale for our organization as well, and being able to service this boom of the membership? So our focus in 2017, obviously a strong and accurate registry. That is the #1 thing we need to do. We are a registry. We are more than a regional internet registry, but that is the #1 task. We must have an accurate and strong registry. We need to engage with our membership. We've had a lot, when we did our last survey, surveying all of our members, all we heard from them is saying, come to our country, come to our country. That's repeatedly was in there, engage with us a little bit more. So we are stepping that up a bit. We are engaging with not only members, but also the RIPE community, also governments, law enforcement, regulators, the whole bit. The stakeholders have changed a little bit in the environment. We are enhancing the RIR stability through good governance and accountability. I think we've seen the IANA transition. Some of you may have followed that. We finished the IANA stewardship transition part. Now everybody's kind of taking a look at their accountability. All the organizations that I'm speaking with are also looking at their governance and their accountability to be able to show what that looks like, right? Well, RIPE NCC is no exception to this. We're doing the same thing. And I think that we want to be leaders in showing how accountable we are and how accountable our community is to what we're doing. I think it's important to show the other stakeholders, like governments and law enforcement, that we have our houses in order. That's very important. And as I mentioned, with this big growth in the membership, we are streamlining our processes, and we're having to look at automation. It's very difficult for us to have a personal contact with every single one of our members, certainly with this explosive growth, right? So our regional presence, what does that look like these days? If we take a look at this, we have some folks based in Moscow, we have an office in Dubai, and we have our head office in Amsterdam. With that triangle and a few kind of staff scattered around a bit, one in London, one in Brussels, you know, we have them kind of around the area. We feel we kind of can cover this region quite well. What are we doing? We're focusing on regional meetings, smaller community events, is what we're seeing happening. Member lunches in particular countries. We're trying to hit each country and pull together whatever members want to come, and just everybody can come to spend some time over a lunch to speak with us and tell us maybe what's going on or what they would like to see from the RIPE NCC. So these have been very popular. Road shows, IPv6 road shows, or teaming up with the likes of ISOC and ICANN and giving other sorts of trainings together. Hackathons, you name it. We're getting into these sorts of things, a lot more local focused. We're supporting NOGs throughout our service region. Anywhere, if the NOG approaches us and says we need some content from you or some resources from you, even funding, for instance, we have set aside some of this to make sure that we can actually support the NOGs. We think this is very important for the community development inside the countries. So, and of course we have ongoing support for ENOG, MENOG, SEC communities. These tend to be, well, we are here at a MENOG meeting. We do the same in the Russia, Central Asia area, and also in the Southeast Europe area. So we are continuing our support here, pulling the folks together when we come together regionally. And engaging with governments and LEAs. I'm quite happy to see that RIPE NCC jumped on this kind of early on in the whole idea of reaching out to different stakeholders. It's taken us quite some time to understand the ways that governments are working or what law enforcements are wanting. We're a very different community than, for instance, the public sector area. So for us to come together, it took us a little while. I think that we're on a nice road of working together, and I think that our engagements have come a long way. So, and the issues that we work on together are obviously capacity building. They are something that is a very big concern for governments and law enforcement. Industry trends and internet development inside the country, and we're happy to partner on all of these issues. And we want to be seen as a center of technical expertise. That's something that we've placed ourselves on here in the Middle East region in particular. It's great to see that we have different stakeholders like governments or LEAs approaching us and wanting a neutral opinion, technical advice inside of their country, and we're happy to give that. So that's something that we're quite happy about. Formalizing our external relations. We see organizations or different areas, sectors. I've pointed them out here. It's not only the membership and the technical community. This used to be the area that we engaged in the most, but now we're moving on into all different industry groups, public regulators, and as I mentioned, law enforcement agencies, academic institutions. It's starting to spread a little bit. And in formalizing these relationships, we have formalized some relationships already with ARISPA and the American University in Beirut. We're continuing to formalize relationships with government. We're currently discussing with Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE governments. We have maybe older relationships with them. We have done a lot of capacity building efforts with these governments together. They've been very successful, so we want to actually formalize these and maybe do some of these capacity building and academic initiatives inside these countries. So this is quite interesting for us. And of course, this we believe this cooperation is good for the benefit of our whole community. I've also given a website here where you can actually go and see the kind of formal agreements that we have reached. We've done them with, like I said, governments. We've done them with Europol, for instance, a law enforcement agency. We've just signed one with the Russian Ministry of Telecommunications, also with the likes of the European IXP Association as well, EuroIX. So we're seeing this expanding, and we think this is important moving forward, these relations. So, the RIPE NCC presence in the Middle East. We're growing our Dubai team to better engage regionally. At probably in about a month's time, we will be 6 people located in Dubai. Who would have ever thought? We have a lovely office there. I think we can cover the region quite nicely. A nice diverse crowd of folks. Lebanon, we've got Egypt represented there. It's starting to grow. We're starting to get folks from different parts of the region coming to work at the office. It's quite nice. Our outreach to our members in the RIPE community. Our presence in the Middle East, we wanted to make sure we hit every single country here that we could with something, be it a member lunch, be it some kind of a training course, or something like a MENOG. We've managed to hit every one of them so far, all the 14 countries in our service region here. And where we couldn't travel, we actually pulled those members somewhere where we could get them. So the Syrians, we pulled them over to Beirut. We had about 20 Syrians come over. It was a fantastic event. A good portion of our membership came that way. Also, the regulator came. The ministry was around. It was a very, very successful meeting for us in Beirut. We met the Iraqis in Amman. We also met the Yemeni folks, members in Amman. That's great. We couldn't actually go to their country, but we managed to pull them somewhere else where we can engage with them. This is very important for us to engage with everyone equally, right? The only country that we still have yet to hit is Palestine. We have done some things with the Palestinians, but we wanted to go to their country. It's not that we didn't want to go there, but at the time they said maybe it would be better if we would go at another time. Well, that time has arisen. We have made the bookings, and we will be going to Palestine as well. That's the last one that we're hitting, so we're quite happy about that as well. The academic sector, I think we have to realize that we kind of sprung from that academic sector. We have a natural history there. We want to make sure that we keep those ties. So we have something called the RIPE NCC Academic Initiative. We're springing that out of the region here. We have visited 3 countries so far. We've visited universities in. That's Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Oman so far. But we will be expanding that. We will be coming around to the universities in your country soon, I'm sure. It's been fantastic to see what the young people of this region think about when we talk to them about kind of internet administration and where RIPE NCC fits into the fold and kind of how all of this is moving. They're very engaging, and they are your future, so we think this is very important. Capacity building. As I said, we're teaming up with governments and industry partners. Capacity building is the word of the day in this region, and that's great. I think we need to make sure that we keep this moving and that we have those partnerships so that we can get the trainings moving. teaming up with government has been very successful for us in providing a whole bunch of different kinds of workshops, so we're happy about that. And the banking sector has woken up inside of this region. So far we've been to Bahrain, we've been to Jordan and Lebanon, where we've brought pretty much all the major banks together into a room, and we discussed what their issues are, what their networking issues are. Things like V6, security, big, huge issue, security. We all know that that's a big buzzword today. Well, these folks aren't really a classic part of our community, so they're kind of also finding their bearings as network operators, because they are, these days, network operators. A little bit more about our presence in the Middle East. I don't know if any of you in the room, or some of you may know this, of course. We pioneered the MENOG IPv6 Roadshow in this part of the region, but we also pioneered the RIPE NCC Train the Trainer program in this region. How cool is that? I'm actually very impressed with that, because we are now exporting the Roadshow and we're exporting the Train the Trainer from here to other parts of our service region. It's nice to see us exporting some stuff out of this part and being leaders in this space. So I'm happy to see that these programs are very successful here. In fact, I believe we are bringing on somebody from one of the Train the Trainer courses that we had onto our staff at the RIPE NCC. So I can tell you that these things are successful. Somebody's even managed to land a job in our company after having followed one of these courses. So I know that the Central Asian part of our service region and Russia is very interested in particular in these two styles of workshops or courses, training courses. So we're looking forward to getting these up in that part of the world. So we do have our office from Dubai working with the folks that we have based in Moscow to get this up and moving. So I think we can be proud here that we've got something that we've done here with our presence. So moving on, transfers within our service region. I'm just put up this slide just to let everyone know kind of what's been happening with the transfers. Obviously they started to take off in 2012 when we ran out of the last bit of the free pool of our IPv4 address space. They peaked so far in 2015, boom, transfer in 2016. So how does this look actually? Okay, fine, these are transfers within our service region. It looks something like this. There really isn't even a trend here. I think what you see is when you see the big spikes, you just see a very large block of address space that was transferred at any one time. So there isn't anything of a trend to see here. I just wanted to show you the figures that yes, the transfers are taking place. And this is a region where we're seeing a net flow of addresses coming in to this part. And I can actually show you a little bit about what that looks like here. So here are the internet number resources in the GCC. I took the GCC part because it was probably easier for me to show than the whole Middle Eastern region. And we are here in the GCC. So if we look at the population size of the countries, and then we look at the internet users, indexed internet users here, and the allocations of IPv4 space and what is actually advertised or announced as V4 space. These are the figures that we come up with, all right? So as we can clearly see, there's no way that with the current address space that you have, you're going to be able to service the growth in your country. I think the one that's probably the best off here is the UAE, right? Their user penetration is pretty high, right? But their V4 space isn't, right? It's probably roughly the same as everyone else in the region. I think best off for, V4 space versus the population is Kuwait, right? But even that's not brilliant, right? So we can see the growth that's happening here is clearly happening in the area of natting, right? We all know what that's doing with the internet. It's just the realities of what's happening. But I think as we're moving forward, what we're seeing is that law enforcement, governments, they're not so happy with the natting. It poses a whole bunch of different challenges, certainly as far as security and other cases are concerned. So here's a picture of what things look like. Let's see what's going to happen with the region moving forward. But certainly there's going to have to be some changes in people moving to IPv6. Okay, we have a RIPE meeting coming up just in a few weeks' time in Budapest, so I'd like to welcome all of you to join us in Budapest. I'm sure that we will have a bunch of folks from all over the service region coming there, so we welcome you to that. There's also a general meeting, which is an important thing to note here. That takes place from the 10th to the 12th. The physical meeting is on the 10th, and then the meeting is open until the 12th because there's voting from the 10th to the 12th. Our members are invited to, of course, vote on the charging scheme, right, for our organization moving forward. There are 3 seats on the board that need to be filled, so those need to be voted for. And we will be discussing the annual report, which is something that the membership will, of course, take a look at and see how RIPE NCC is doing over the last year. So please vote and register. If you cannot attend in person, you can vote remotely. So your vote counts, and we'd like to see the votes from this region coming like everywhere else, all right? So probably equally or more important is a fellowship program that's finally back on the table at RIPE. Years ago, I wanted this fellowship program to come in, and we flip-flopped around on it. It didn't quite go, I guess, as we planned. It's back on the table again, and we have it. It's there. We now have a fellowship for attending RIPE. Very important, because some folks can't afford maybe to do the trip to RIPE, but it's important to get folks from all over the region coming there. Personally, I think this is a wonderful program, and I would love to see a lot more funds going in there so we can bring a lot more people together. That's the important thing about keeping the community together, right? So there is a list of eligibility on how you would actually become a candidate for this. I don't think it's earth-shatteringly hard to get in there, but I think that we definitely want you to share your knowledge with your local community, and we will be having the program set up so that you would do just that. So there's a website there for you to take a look at RIPE Fellowship. And now check this slide out. We are bringing a RIPE meeting to this region. We're coming back, and it's about time. The chairman of RIPE decided that it was time to come back to the Middle East region with RIPE, and we're doing that this year. So in October, we will be in Dubai, and I expect to see, because I know a lot of the faces in this room, I expect to see a lot of these faces from Oman joining us in Dubai. It's not a very far trip for you to make. And a RIPE meeting gives you an opportunity to meet up with a whole bunch of different people from our community. I think that's important for you. So thank you very much for your time, everyone. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now or at another time. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul, for the informative updates and welcome speech from RIPE. Now we have a welcoming note from Internet Society, ISOC. Let me invite Mr. Raul.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. So I'm Raúl Echeverría. It was a good try. We were practicing outside of the room before the session, and you say that's very well. And especially in this country, Oman, that I have heard a lot of good things about Oman for a long time, especially those of us who like football. We are following always the football everywhere, and so we always have news about the football in Middle East and Oman. And there have been a lot of people from my country, from Uruguay. I come from Uruguay, from South America. A lot of people from my country involved in football in this part of the world. And I'm very glad to be here, but very glad also to see how the Middle East community is being consolidated. Every time that I come to this region, every meeting is even better. And this is really, the internet community in this region is very consolidated. And it's very good to see that. And from the point of view of the internet society, I'm very happy, I'm very excited to be part of that community, of this community. Finally, we managed to have a regional bureau in Middle East. Our regional director is Salam Jamud, who is here in the first row. And we have been involved in Middle East for a long time, but this is the first time that we have real physical presence in the region with people from the region. And then also we have people from Middle East in our board, and Walid, who is here in my right, is from Yemen. From Yemen, he's serving on the board and is playing a very relevant role in leading the organization in those very difficult times. But I will come back later to this point. And we have 5 chapters also in Middle East region, and 10 chapters if we consider all the MENA region. And also we are very glad to have the presence of 8 of those chapters here in this meeting, engaging with this community, but also we will take advantage of the presence of all these colleagues for having our own activities until Friday here. The coordination with other organizations, what we call the I-STAR, that are the internet organizations, has been crucial for us for having a significant presence in this part of the world. And RIPE NCC is one of the organizations that we have coordinated very much, but also ICANN and many others. And the success of this meeting is a proof of the value of that coordination. And so another proof of that, how good is that coordination, is that Salam, who is our regional director and for Middle East, is also serving in the RIPE NCC board. So we cannot be more coordinated than that. We are also involved together in other endeavors like the Middle East DNS Forum, running a lot of activities together. What is really important. And so as Paul Rendek mentioned in his speech, this is a special time for MENOG. It's the 10th anniversary of MENOG, what is very good. I usually attend NOG's meetings around the world, and I can tell you that having this meeting for 10 years in a row, and with this very good attendance, is a huge achievement. And this is very important because only with a strong operators community we can really move things forward. So this is very important to have this community organized. So congratulations for this achievement of the 10th anniversary of MENOG. But speaking about anniversaries, it's also the 25th anniversary of RIPE NCC. So congratulations to all the RIPE NCC crew here. And I met the chairman before, so I think that he's somewhere in the room. It's not, maybe it's not just a coincidence, but it's also the 25th anniversary of the Internet Society this year. So we are speaking very much about these anniversaries. But why I speak about the Internet Society anniversary? Okay, because it's part of my job. I have to do that. But if not, I will be fired. But this it has been 25 years of working together, 25 years of contributing to the development of the Internet, in different ways, deploying new technologies, creating capacities, deploying infrastructure through our fellowship programs. And so I'm very glad to see what RIPE NCC is doing in the fellowship, as Paul mentioned. It has been one very important thing for the Internet Society. In the last Internet Governance Forum last year in Mexico, we counted that we were involved in supporting the presence of 10% of the people attending the IGF. And we have a lot of other fellowship programs for attending IETF, for policymakers, that this is part of our efforts on creating capacities, always working with partners, because partnership is the basis of everything for us. When we do something for ourselves, when we do something by ourselves that is, doing something wrong here with the computer. When we do something by ourselves that is linked to our mission, we are very happy because we are achieving things. But when we are doing the same, but in partnership with others, we are much more happy, because beside achieving what we want to achieve concretely, we are also creating the basis for further developments. And this is what really is important for us. The work, we will celebrate the work, the 25 years of our work with some activities and, during 2017. One of the activities that I like, I don't stop making mistakes here. Okay. One of the things that I like very much is that we are launching an initiative. We have launched an initiative that is 25 under 25. That is, we are selecting 25 people from around the world that is using internet for creating an impact in their environments, in their societies, for having discussions with them, 25 young people under 25 years old, for learning from them. And this is, we are very excited with this initiative because this is the people that really will tell us how the future will look. And we are very open to learn from them. Also, we will have in September our now traditional Internet community meeting that started 3 years ago. And this is the third year. This is the third year in a row that we are organizing it. It's an opportunity for involving all our community over the internet in a meeting that will last 17 hours. We will be connected during different, promoting the participation of people in all different regions of the world during all the day on the 19th of September. And we will launch also this, a new edition of the Internet Hall of Fame. That is an initiative for recognizing the people that have made and is making valuable contributions to the development of the internet along the time. And also many roundtables about different topics. I was talking about the work we have done in the last 25 years. Our priorities now are very clear, are access and trust. Access, connecting everybody, but also trust, that we have to promote a trusted network. And so our work on access is well known and is very close to this community. You know all the work that we have done, always with partners, as I said before, on deploying and leveling up IXPs around the world. That's a work that we are very committed to. And so we are very satisfied, I don't want to use the word happy all the time, but I'm really happy about the impact that we are creating, working with other partners on improving the interconnection of the internet. That is something that impacting the users and the quality of services that the users receive. Also is very well known the work that we are doing on community networks. The work that we are doing with community networks, we are trying to demonstrate that when you engage with the community, when you involve the community, it is possible to bring solutions to everybody, despite of how difficult is the place where they are living to connect. And in fact, this year, I'm very excited with the project that we have this year in Georgia, in Eastern Europe, because we are connecting a population, a small population that is in the highest inhabited point in Europe. And this is, through this project, we are demonstrating that we can connect almost everywhere. But it's not just connecting the people by connectivity itself. We promote what we call the meaningful access. Meaningful access is because since the Internet Society inception, we have always had this vision that the Internet is not the objective itself, it's not the ultimate objective. Internet is the vehicle for providing opportunities to those that have not had enough opportunities so far, for reducing inequities, for really producing a change in the life of people. And for doing that, this community is very important, because we need to promote, to build the infrastructure together. We need a strong operators community to deploy the new technologies like IPv6, as was mentioned before, and really building this internet for everyone. we are now facing new challenges. There are many things that are coming up every day. So beside the typical concerns about security and the use of the internet, not only for good things, but also for bad things, we can add new topics that are like how will impact the development of the internet and the new business models on the local economies, the ability of the government of collecting taxes. There are many things that are coming up every day. This is the consequence of our work. This is we succeed in developing the internet. Now the internet is available for more than half of the population of the world, and so this is the new reality, and we have to deal with that, and we have to commit to be part of the solution. For doing that, it is very important that we strengthen the communities like this one. And this one, RIPE NCC community in all the region, and many others. And it's important that we continue building and improving the multi-stakeholder model. A multi-stakeholder model is not just bringing all the stakeholders together to the same room. It's to learn how to work together, how to develop consensus, and how to really find the solutions to the problems that we face. And this is very important that we all of us engage in this work together for ensuring that the internet continue being an internet for everyone, an internet of opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Raul Echeverria. Is that correct, right? Perfect. Okay, now we have, let me invite Mr. Salim Al-Mazrou'i from Omantel. He will give us a talk about building a global network. Mr. Salim.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salim Al-Mazrou'i. I'm the head of technology, strategy, and systems in Omantel. Before I start, I wanted to, and on behalf of Omantel, to say thank you to the organizers of this event and for giving us an opportunity to present in this forum. So the purpose of my presentation is to look at, is talking about building a global network. Now, if you look at the discussions that normally happen in such a forum, you know, there's talks about IPv6, content peering, and IXPs. And while the technical team were nagging me to talk about IPv6 as well, and I'm very happy to say that as Omantel, we've crossed a major milestone in our IPv6 rollout, and we've already started quietly enabling users as we go along. But I wanted to focus my presentation today in terms of connectivity. Now, if you look at the challenges that service providers have in terms of, you know, the network, capacity planning of the network, or sizing of the network, you know, one of the main challenges is the capacity planning, whereas the ability to forecast, you know, before you are able to forecast at least 2 or 3 years into the future. But now it's becoming more challenging to do capacity forecasting. Yeah. The other aspect is the performance. Again, you have a requirement for capacity, but you want to make sure that that capacity, you take it to a destination where you can get maximize the benefit from it. Yeah. And that's basically looking at areas where you have high concentration of content, so you can benefit as an ISP. The third aspect is the network failures. Again, when you talk about connectivity, you talk about most of the time submarine capacity, submarine cables. And historically, if you look a couple of years back, there was a major incident in the Mediterranean Sea. 5 or 6 years ago, there was a similar incident which affected this region when it came to connectivity, because most of the capacity was going into Europe and onwards into the US. The fourth aspect, of course, is the OTT players. Now, the recent example is Netflix. When Netflix announced that they're opening Netflix, they're enabling their service to the world, that also has an effect on an impact on the network, because now everyone will start streaming content through the internet, and the content that they provide are HD and even 4K content. And lastly, of course, is the user behavior, which is again is driven by the OTT players, and the users today are very much multimedia savvy. You know, everything that they is part of their day-to-day activities to take photos or videos and upload them to the internet. Now, if I take Omantel as a case study, over the last 5 years, this has been the growth in terms of traffic for our network. Now, predicting this is also, it has been a challenge, especially when you go to management and says, okay, I'm expecting an 80% growth the next year. The management would assume that's great, but will that be also reflected on the revenue side, which is not always the case. And if you look at the drivers for growth, what are the main drivers on our network? 70% of the growth is coming from social media and streaming. So this is a combination of your YouTube and the social media applications such as Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat. And this is an example of, for the last 2 months, the combination of Netflix and Shahid usage on our network has grown by 200%. I think there are Netflix guys here as also. It's a good sign for you guys. And as well, looking at the future, again, these are the things that we already know about. We know that there's 5G coming, there's IoT, cloud, and the 5K or 4K content, it will be increasing in the network. Now, if you look at what are the analysts saying. Now, the analysts, this is an extract from ADL, and they're predicting for the next 3 years, the growth, annual growth in our region will be 37% approximately. And that also, if you look at Africa and South Asia, this will be the percentage. Now, this growth will require infrastructure. You require connectivity, bandwidth to cater to this growth for this region. Now, as Omantel, 8 years ago, we took it as a strategy for us. We said, okay, we wanted to improve the connectivity into this region. And the strategy pillars that we looked at is we wanted to have more capacity, diversity, and also look at improving the latency into this region. And of course, the ultimate goal is we want to have content that is concentrated for this region. And that was our strategy 8 years ago. And if you look at Omantel, if you look at Oman, Oman is very much geographically positioned to serve the region as a that most people utilize to connect, to go to Europe or to the US or even to go into Asia. At the same time, we wanted to explore new routes, that we call golden routes. These are routes that are not yet in place in this region. And these routes basically looking at an alternative access to Europe. Right now, most of the capacity goes through the Mediterranean Sea. And we know, we've already seen a couple of examples of major incidents that happened there that affected this region. At the same time, there's an opportunity to go into East Africa as well, where the demand for capacity is also growing in that region. And also China and Iran. These are big markets that do require huge capacities for internet. So based on our strategy, as of today, we've deployed, we have 10 cables landing in Oman, with Omantel basically. And there are 3 cables that will be deployed by the end of this year. That is the Gulf to Africa cable, Silk Route Gateway, and AE1. I will not go in details on the cables, but I will touch a bit about what was our strategy as well in terms of, traditionally everyone lays a cable, everyone deploys a cable, and there's a specific approach to selling capacity or in this area of business. But what we looked at as well is, no, we want to also change the game in the market. And the approach we've taken is, if you look at AE1, AE1 is a submarine cable that touches 18 countries, which is around 50% of the population of the world. And Oman is one of the landing parties of AE1. And in this region, it includes UAE and Qatar and Pakistan. Now, we also saw an opportunity in Europe, because in Europe, the cable was only landing up to Greece at that time. And we stepped up, we said, no, we want to land the cable in France. And part of the approach we want for this cable is we landed the cable in a carrier-neutral data center in Marseille. So again, we are changing the game in that region so that your capacity, you land directly in a data center. From there, you can connect to whichever content providers or internet exchange in there. And we've established Amantel France as part of this initiative. And if you look at on the other side as well, the same cable, it also lands in Singapore. So Singapore is also another major content hub in the East, and Hong Kong as well. These are also landing in a carrier-neutral data center. The other, the map is not appearing, but the other aspect is, if you look at the Mediterranean Sea, we've also established, have a cable that goes from Oman, crossing into Iran, and going terrestrially all the way into Frankfurt. And Frankfurt is one of the major content nodes in Europe with internet exchanges there. And on the other side, you also have Singapore. That cable also lands in 2 carrier-neutral data centers in Singapore. And the latency factor between the two is 160 milliseconds. So from Oman, you're able to access the 2 major content hubs with a low latency using this type of connectivity. Okay, Africa and Asia as well. So I've mentioned the cable, Gulf to Africa cable. So G2A is a cable that connects from Oman to Somalia with 2 landings, and then it crosses into Ethiopia. So again, for us, we wanted also to have to enter into Africa so that we can provide connectivity to them into our region, and also utilize whatever setup that we have in terms of connectivity and also in terms of content. At the same time, China is also another big opportunity because, again, China, huge population, require huge capacity. And for them to connect to Europe, they have to go through the Indian Ocean to cross to Europe, to get to Europe. Again, with the Silk Route Gateway, we're able to provide connectivity for the China market, bypassing the Indian Ocean, and if they want onward connectivity into Europe, they can utilize the assets that we have there. So again, a huge reduction in the latency to get to Europe, or even to connect to Oman to use whatever assets that we have, or even in this region here. Now, in terms of connectivity, these are the assets that we had established. Now, we also wanted to make sure that we also, build the nodes, POPs across the region here. And the purpose is we wanted to reduce dependencies on buying IP transit. Before we always have to go to tier 1 providers or tier 2 providers to provide IP transit. But again, we had the assets, and part of the assets we've started deploying POPs in strategic locations where we can source the content directly from internet exchanges or specific locations where we have good content concentration. And as of today, We have 7 POPs deployed worldwide, and we have 5 other POPs that are being deployed during the course of this year. Now, that also provides us the infrastructure so that other providers in this region, they don't have to look at deploying POPs around the world, or they can just utilize the infrastructure that we have. We have the underlying resiliency, you have the nodes in place, so you just connect to Oman, and then from there you can benefit from the setup that is in place. Yeah. Now, what was the outcome of our strategy? Today, with the combination of the submarine cables that we have, we've managed to attract major content nodes, major OTT players who are hosted in Oman. For the OTT players, what are the main things that they look at? They want to look at resiliency, they want to look at a place where they can get capacity, and also they'll have access to the market, the surrounding markets as well. And these are the principles that we work with the OTT players, so that it's not just about bringing you to Oman and putting you here and just we connect. No, we also want to make sure that the OTT players get connection to the regional parties. And one of them, as an example, we hosted one of the big OTT players in Oman, and one of the conditions was you're not going to connect as Omantel. We want you to bring connectivity into our nodes, and accordingly we will enable you to connect to our nodes. In terms of the global nodes, the same thing. Today you have local operators in Oman and regional operators. When you connect to, when they utilize this setup, they automatically benefit from all the content nodes that are already hosted here, all the peers that we have established in the other regions. And with this, today we've managed to achieve more than 70%. We have managed to source more than 70% of the internet directly through our infrastructure, rather than depending on IP transit providers to get to other destinations. And this concludes my presentation. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salim, for the informative information updates. And I think we have a lot of opportunities in Oman and our region also. So let me invite now, Mr. Thomas Vollmer from Google. He will give us a talk about introduction to the peering, bilateral, and negotiations. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. All right. I'll start with thanking everybody in Oman for hosting this event. It's a pleasure to be back here in the region and in Oman. I've had the chance and opportunities to travel a few times here as we partner with a number of local companies as Google. And so this morning, since I am the last person standing between you and coffee break, hopefully I'm going to give a small talk to enable everybody in the room to take most advantage of the said coffee break. So, but this morning I'll be speaking as myself, not as Google. I do have one Google slide at the end to start the peering introductions, but those slides are strictly mine. I'll be speaking a little bit about peering in general, which is internet interconnections, and how they help shape the internet as it is and are also the outcome of many of the trends that we have discussed today. I think we had an update from RIPE explaining the number of individual networks on the internet growing. We also see players like Omantel building global networks to be able to connect all around the world. All of these trends, more interconnect locations by various players as well as more individual players, means an exploding number of interconnections. And so clearly there's an opportunity for everybody in this room who operates a network to take advantage of that and build more interconnections. So taking a step back on the principles behind internet interconnections and peering, I think it's worthwhile reminding that peering very vastly around the world is completely informal, unregulated, and usually outside of contracts. It's typically a technical arrangement that is being done at a handshake, without any lawyer fees involved. I have a stat there that says 99.5% of all internet peering arrangements are completely informal. This from the Packet Clearinghouse study of 2011. I believe we will get an update on this number later today. I don't think it has changed much. From my experience, this is the accurate number, even though Google does not on it. So that the fact that peering is unregulated, doesn't have termination rates, doesn't have contracts, makes it extremely efficient as a means to manage interconnections. If we compare internet peering, for instance, with the transportation of voice minutes around the world, the cost per bit actually was computed to be 100,000 times more efficient on the internet than on voice, which means that if you use a legacy system of sender party pays on voice and have to negotiate termination rates, have to regulate them, and so on and so forth, it creates so much overhead on interconnect that you end up with a cost of transporting bits that is 100,000 times more expensive. So I think this is something we want to keep in mind all through this week while we discuss about peering, about opening up markets, that those really have tangible outcomes on the cost of transporting bits and the value of the internet for its members. Very quickly, I'll go over some of the actual benefits of peering, and mostly I will give this audience a call to action to register on what has been oftentimes referred to as the Facebook of peering, which is peeringdb.com. This is the if there's one takeaway from this presentation is go and register on that website. Maybe taking a step back. We saw on the previous slide actually that that internet peering was in itself, and by the virtue of it being unregulated, very efficient as a means to transport bits. For individual networks and for individuals, it has also making bilateral interconnections known as peering also has I would say technical and business virtues. Technically, you cut the middleman. When two networks interconnect, you remove any sorts of fabric in the middle, whether it is a transit provider, a distributed transport network, or and so on and so forth. So two networks interconnecting together means remove the middleman, which has speed implications, performance implications. Usually it's more reliable and more manageable because you just have to monitor one link. So in general, this is a trend that has taken place all over the world, which is after a certain scale, two networks have a mutual interest in interconnecting. I think this region in the Gulf especially is still we're still not quite there yet in terms of having local interconnects, either in each countries or either across the region. I think there's a certain number of reasons behind it. It could be cost, it could be regulatory barriers or licensing issues. We'll probably touch on those this afternoon. But in general, the principle behind internet interconnections is just cutting the middleman, which, if you think about it, in most businesses just makes sense in itself. In this room and in forums such as this MENOG or other NOGs around the world, you will find people involved in many different organizations that have an interest in peering. Depending on the size and the nature of the organization, it could be a lot of different people managing interconnections. If your business is to sell internet transport, you could be a product manager and managing peering. Network internet service provider, you could be the CTO and be interested in peering. If you're internet content organization, you could have a peering job just dedicated to managing peering. You could be a salesperson selling peering in some cases. That's usually quite rare, but that could happen, and so on and so forth. So internet, I think that has been said earlier today, is very vast and diverse, and as a consequence, the people involved in making internet interconnections arrangement are also very diverse. Prerequisites to setting up interconnects are very little. Usually it just means registering with RIPE and obtaining your individual AS number, autonomous system number. This is agnostic whether it's IPv4 or IPv6. The same notions apply essentially. And what's required, I think I was alluding to that earlier, is well, actually it's not required, but it's strongly recommended, I would say, is to register on the peering database, peeringdb.com. That's where you will find each individual network on the internet, as well as each facilities in which they would connect. The value of this information is that if you want to connect to a given number, to a given network, you probably want to know where they are available to connect. So we had a presentation from Omantel earlier today that said, oh, we're building a point of presence in Marseille, in Frankfurt, in Ashburn, and whatnot. Unless you're sitting in this room and you're watching this very presentation, you have no way of knowing this. And so the big value of being a member of that website and being able to register your own information and access the other informations is really because it gives you all that knowledge about where to peer. And then finally, to be able to peer with another network, you need to have some level of adjacency with it, meaning some means to actually connect at layer 1 or layer 2 level. So either you share a fiber together, or you're connected to the same internet exchange, or you are collocated in the same data center. All that's required is really that an adjacency and being registered on the right tools, and then you can start peering. And I believe, at least my hope is that in this forum you will be able to achieve all that. You will be able to get your AS number, maybe not overnight, but get in touch with the right people to do it. Registering on PeeringDB is very fast, and then you have a number of vendors or partners in this room who can talk about internet exchanges, colocation facilities, to be able to physically build those peerings. Now, very quickly, how this can play out in a meeting such as MENOG is really when you decide to attend this very conference. If you, as I said, if you own or run a network, probably it will be valuable for you to peer. And so you will want to define this ahead of the meeting, hopefully, to decide who you want to peer with. Set up a meeting with that individual or organization. Use this meeting to convince the other party to peer, and then finally set up the peering and enjoy. And then, yeah, finally set up the meeting and enjoy. That last part is actually very quick. Again, principle behind peering is cutting the middleman. You can look at it from an economical perspective as a make or buy kind of story. If you have very little traffic with a given network in Chile, probably you don't want to build a big link all over the world just to peer with them. However, if you have a lot of traffic with one big party or one big neighbor, then it makes sense to build this local interconnect. So really what's going to be driving driving your peering strategy or your peering goals is going to be who you exchange traffic with, how close are they, how costly it is to connect with them, how much traffic you have, what are the requirements for this kind of traffic? Is it very latency sensitive? Is it very congestion sensitive? Do you need big pipes for video? Or do you need fast pipes for some kind of a voice application or electronic trading material? If you're an enterprise, a bank, or an education network, you might want to know who your IT vendors are. Are you getting your work applications from Microsoft, from Google maybe, and you want to connect specifically with those networks? Are you trading with that central bank or that trading platform, and do you need to connect to that network, and so on and so forth. So look at your network, figure out who are your most important adjacencies, and then establish your peering strategies from there on. If I take the example of Google, for instance, we carry a lot of different applications on our network. Obviously, some would be latency sensitive, some would be requiring a lot of big pipes, for instance, and we are available pretty much everywhere for everybody. And so, as a consequence, our peering strategy is very simple. We want to peer with everyone, and this is how we build a network and have an open peering policy. Obviously, each organization have different goals, and so having an open peering policy with everybody and building POPs everywhere, it may not be the right strategy for everyone. So this is just restating what I've said. So now, imagine you go into MENOG and you have an objective of meeting someone. Say you find that you have a big adjacency with Bahrain, for example. You have a lot of traffic exchange with Bahrain. I think we have some people from Bahrain in the room, so sorry if I'm picking up on this one network. So you have a lot of traffic exchange with Bahrain. An important network in Bahrain is Batelco, AS5416. So you're going to be looking them up on PeeringDB, aka the Facebook of peering again. So turns out that if I log on PeeringDB, or actually you don't even need to log, you can just search the website without logging in. I'm going to look for Bahrain Telecom or Batelco. I will actually find their AS number. So in the case I don't have it, I can find it there. And now I'm going to be looking at, okay, where can I connect with this network? And this is where I will have a little bit of a problem, because it looks like our friends at Batelco did not fill up their PeeringDB record, and as a consequence, it's impossible to know where they peer. No public exchange listed, no private peering facilities listed. I believe this is an oversight on Batelco's part, because I believe that they do peer in some places. So this is maybe a reminder for everybody that, oh, maybe you have a potential business partner or peering partner that wants to get in touch with you, but has no way of finding you because the PeeringDB record is out of date. So that would be a recommendation there. I do want to give a shout out to Omantel, who presented earlier, that does have a very up-to-date PeeringDB record, but obviously it would be no fun to show it here because there would be no call to action. Now, all right, so I'm continuing this scenario. I want to meet Bahrain, I want to meet Batelco. I have no idea where they peer, but it seems that there will be delegates in MENOG. So on the MENOG website, you have an attendees list. You can look up whoever is attending the conference. There's a full list there. I'm in there. All the attendees registered are there. And if you look for Batelco and Bahrain, you can find actually an attendee. So, oh, that's great. That's probably someone you will want to meet to discuss those interconnection arrangements and probably figure out, okay, why is the peering record out of date? Where exactly is peering convenient for that network? And then finally, you have that meeting. Hopefully the next couple of days will be full of such meetings between various parties. I know that's why I am here, to be able to meet on behalf of Google with all the different parties. I think in this region more than anywhere, relationships are very important in business. It's important to be able to show your face, to know people personally, and show them that you care. So having this meeting is the best way of doing this. You can have it in the hallway, in the coffee break, over lunch, at night. You can have tea together. All of those are, I would say, are fair game and fairly common. And then finally, during that meeting, you will want to negotiate the terms of your peering arrangements. As I said, most of them are informal. Of course, there is an element of negotiation to it. If your two networks co-located in exactly the same building, it's very straightforward. All you need to do is a single fiber cross-connect. But if you're across an ocean, for instance, there will be some discussion. I am a European network, you are a Bahrain network. Where should we interconnect? In Bahrain? In Europe? Which one is cheaper? Who has the most interest in this that they want to compromise on the location? So all of those will be the topics of your peering discussions. And there's not one way to summarize it. I guess the answer is that at the end of the day, people vote with their feet, and so if a peering arrangement is not mutually beneficial, it usually doesn't happen. It's very, I would say, it's very uncommon that unbeneficial peering arrangements happen, if only for the reason that you always have the option of just using IP transit to deliver bits. Even a network as large as Omantel, for instance, that presented earlier, that builds POP all around the world, has 30% of their traffic on IP transit. So as you can see, there will always be this, I would say, default route to the rest of the internet. And then finally, once you've negotiated all these terms, locations, and so on and so forth, you can set up peering. That's really the easy part. Once you've established the physical connections between your two networks, it's really just about configuring a router. So I just included some sample command lines for this. Again, the technical setup is usually not the most complicated part. And it's pretty straightforward. Now, if I conclude this part of the talk, really, as any individual or any individual company on the internet, it is probably beneficial for you to have some form of peering arrangements with some parties. Those forums, such as MENOGs, are really good ways to make those interconnections happen. And what I hope to have proposed you is a way of making them happen. Define your objectives, set up meetings, discuss peering, set it up, and then finally enjoy the improved performance or cost or whatever your objective was in the first place. Now, I believe we still have 1 minute before the coffee break. So before coffee break, traditionally in NOG events, it is customary to introduce your network to potential peering partners. So this is what I'm going to start by doing, and then I will invite anybody from the floor to do the same. So I am Google, sometimes known on the internet as YouTube, because there's a lot of video traffic and bits all over the internet. I have 3 main AS numbers that are listed here. I'm not going to read them out loud because it would be very fastidious. We have an open peering policy, and we are happy to peer with everybody in the world. We peer in most major peering locations around the world and in the region as well. Thomas Vollmer, I'm your main contact for discussing peering, and we also have online. Listed those here. I think the presentation is available on the website, so you can just click on it there. Otherwise, the URL should be fairly straightforward to remember. I want peering or I want GGC. Please, yeah, meet me during the coffee break later today, tonight, and we can discuss those peering arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. We have just a quick talk about peering introduction for just a couple of minutes from Hisham Ibrahim, our colleague from RIPE NCC, and he is also in MENOG BC. Hisham, please.
Thanks, guys. This will not take more than a minute or two. Following up on what Thomas said about the peer introductions, we met yesterday with some of the exchange points and we had discussions, very fruitful discussions, and we wanted to make these peering introductions like he said. So I'm going to quickly call on some of the people that sent us their information, and at the end there's going to be my email address. If you can send me your slides, we'll do more of these sessions as the day progresses. So without further ado, Palestine IX, Salah, could you please come on stage? This allows people to know who you are and that you're actually at the meeting. One of the tools that Thomas was talking about.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Engineer Saleh Mansour from PIX, Palestine Internet Exchange Point. We have the AS number 61417 from 2011 to now. We are working on this promising project, our Palestinian Internet Exchange Point. We are working to get more peers to be connected, more services to be provided to our peers. Now we have around 11 peers connected to PIX. We are looking forward to get more peers, more content to be hosted in PIX, and I would like to thank MENOG and thank you all for your support for our national project. Thank you all.
Thank you, Salah. After that, we have DICIX and UAEIX. Marco, please.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Marco. I'm from DICIX and UAE Internet Exchange. Our IS number is 6695. Basically, we're an internet exchange. We provide internet exchange in several places. Most of you might know Frankfurt, where we have around 800 peers. But I'm also happy that a lot of you already know UAE Exchange in Dubai, which is really serving the region. It's a regional or local internet exchange. And we have around 60 peers there, almost 80 gig of traffic peak, we operate since 5 years, represent a lot of networks of the region who are peering there, a lot of content, and come there, make the peering local, and keep the traffic local. Thank you.
Thanks, Marco. After that, the Beirut IX. Fadi, please. So just that the next person knows, Nishal, you're up next.
Thank you, Hisham. My name is Fadi Khnaiser. I'm the spokesperson for Beirut IX. Beirut IX was established in 2007. We are a small country, Lebanon. We are not enough on the IX and internet map in the world. So we are looking to add as much content and operators and networks as possible. So you are all welcome to have your CDNs, your networks, your servers in Beirut IX. Thank you.
Yeah, and we have a lot more exchange points from the region here and from out of the region. I see some on Twitter already tweeting about them being here. And one of the examples of exchange points from out of the region is Nishal. Please, can you come on stage? The two slides are after each other.
Thanks, Hisham. Hello, MENOG 17. My name is Nishal. I represent this time the Johannesburg Internet Exchange Point, the Cape Town Internet Exchange Point, and the Durban Internet Exchange Point. So I have 3 IXs in South Africa. I realize this is a little out of region, but listening to the gentleman from Oman tell this morning, we'd love to come to see you interconnect to South Africa. It's a wonderful place. We have friendly people like I found here. 3 community-run exchange points. Some of them are older than even the ones in Europe. We're 21 years old this year, Jinx. So come join us for our birthday. We'll be celebrating in Durban in September. Thank you. All right, with a hat change, hello, my name is Nishal, and I work for Packet Clearinghouse. We're a DNS network, fundamentally, that connects to internet exchange points all around the world. We're at 140, probably 142 this week, I think. And we have an open peering policy. So if you're at one of the internet exchange points that we peer at, we'd love to peer with you. Peering with us will help to make DNS responses to your network much faster, I hope. If you run an internet exchange point and we don't have a DNS node at your exchange point, please feel free to speak to me during the next 2 days. We'd love to set up something at your exchange point, again, to help DNS infrastructure within your local region. Thank you.
So we also have a lot of content providers here in the room, and we're more than happy to put their slides up and give them a chance for you to meet them in person. We also have operators here, since it's obviously a NOG, right? So one of the operators that sent us information, Infones, please, can you come up here? And after that, Tiliaman.
Thank you, Hisham. My name is Darshi, and I'm from Infonas, Bahrain. We are a service provider in Bahrain. We have the AS number as 35313 and 51406. We are available at UAE-IX. We are also a member in Links and Loan app. Those who are interested to peer with us, we have an open peering policy. So you can meet me or my colleague over there, Ali, in the tea break, and we'll be happy to peer with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Taliaman. Vishal, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, how are you? This is Mishal from Tiliaman. Our ASN is 12486. Actually, we are not that big. We are trying to make bearing with everybody. We are open, easy. More important, we are friendly when dealing with the others. We would like to make more bearing with others, and we say we are here. And through our email, you can drop us an email. You are welcome to bear with us. Okay, thank you.
So we will have 2 more of these peering introductions. So if you want to have your information up here and get some time to have some FaceTime, please mail me your information. If you have a slide already prepared, please mail me that. If not, just put this information in the body of the email. I'll create that slide for you and allow you some time to do those introductions, so that during coffee breaks and during lunches you can actually have more of these discussions. I would hand out, yeah, Khalid, do you want to break us out for a coffee? Okay, I'll do that. Okay, well, so now we're breaking for coffee, and thank you all for a wonderful opening session.
Do you want us back here?
At 11. Thank you very much. So welcome back everybody to the MENOG plenary session. We have a short video that the host asked us to show on Oman and the beauty of the city, so it gives you some ideas of how to go out and explore and what to see. So can we have the video played, please? Just some of the many beautiful faces of the country here. And I'm sure you've all seen warm, friendly people, good food, and as you can see, lovely things to see in the country as well. Again, welcome all back to the session, to the MENOG plenary session. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Hisham Ibrahim. I am the technical program manager here in the Middle East. For those of you who do know me, know I speak way too much throughout the year, so this is why this meeting I chose not to speak as much, and I'm just only moderating one of the panels, one of the sessions. So without any further ado, let us start into this session that is titled Peering and Interconnection. And as you can see, we have a very strong theme of interconnecting and peering this day. The first talk we're going to have is from Anurag, Hurricane Electric. Yes, there you go. Please, yeah, come on stage.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd be giving a presentation on BGP routing table report. This is a report from a period between January 2006 to end of 2016. Here we analyzed top ASNs which are well connected across the world. We analyzed how the growth has been with respect to the interconnection of those ASNs, things like growth of prefixes, not much into deaggregation, mostly around how the prefixes have grew over this time, and changes across the multi-homing. How many networks were multi-home with one provider or two providers, say in 2016, and how it has been now. So overall mapping of that data. So I'll start with the ranking of top connected networks, and before I jump into the data, I would like to inform that it's tricky to find who peers with whom. So this data is supposed to be as good as we see from the various route collectors. If some data is missing out in route collector, so for instance, if someone is peering with someone else and that data is not visible outside to the world, then that data won't be reflected in the in this chart. So here's how the networks used to look like back in 2006. Let me see if I can use the pointer. So here on the top we have the AS number and then the number of adjacencies we see in case of IPv forward. So back in 2006, AS701 was on top in the list in terms of adjacencies. AS701 is Verizon, then it was AS7018, AT&T, followed by AS1239, Sprint, AS174 Cogent, and AS3356 level 3. So this is what we see from multiple route collectors during this period. And we collected data for entire year, multiple times in a month, while here what we are presenting is data which is for December only. So just for the sake of presentation, it's for December. We have the raw data for remaining years, remaining multiple times of month in every year. So they stayed pretty much stable for a while. From 2006 all the way to 2016, 701 was on top. There were changes around in 3356 during this time. So you can see 3356 jumping onto the 4th rank, and then all of a sudden to the 1st rank with this time. And the difference has been reasonable here. They had somewhere around 2,600 adjacencies, and it is quite possible to view the adjacencies of these networks because these are IP transit providers. Since these are providers, a lot of people have the full routing table from these providers and they dump them into various route collectors like Oregon Route Views or RIS, etc. Up in 2010, we see Cogent AS174 coming up on the top, followed by level 3, AS3356, and then AT&T, and so on. Here also AS6939, the company I work for, Hurricane Electric, we appear somewhere on the 5th rank with 1,500 adjacencies. This continues for a while. I'll jump on to the next one. Okay. So in 2012, we see Cogent staying on top all the way up to 2015. The situation was more or less stable for the top 4 of them. There were changes around in the 5th rank with Verizon coming up for a while, AS4323 for some other time. I believe that was TW Telecom, if I'm not mistaken. And then in 2016. Hurricane Electric came on the 1st rank with somewhere around 6,000 adjacencies, followed by Cogent with around 5,000 adjacencies, and so on. This was the case of IPv4 world. I'll proceed with the changes in peering by plotting them. So here you can see how this went on. So for instance, this is AS174 with a reasonably steady growth. Here we see the graph of AS6939. Here's the graph of level 3, AS3356. So you can see some networks had a growth earlier and then went down. Some are slowly going down in terms of their adjacencies, maybe because they are depeering, or maybe they are not getting more customers, somewhere like that. And here adjacencies mean peers as well as downstreams. We are not differentiating between peers and downstream because it's technically extremely hard to do that at a larger scale when you're mapping the entire visible ASN space. And all the ASNs which are appearing here are the ones which actually announce the routes. There can be a number of other ASNs, we did not rank them, which are just allocated by RIRs and never announced any route. Here's the case of IPv6, and since IPv6 was extremely new during his time, you'll see the top ranks were just somewhere 144, some even less than 200 for most of the time. So AS3257, which was Tynet, I believe that's GTT now, that used to be on top in 2006, followed by 2914 NTT, and then some other ASNs. And since IPv6 peering was extremely low, a lot of ASNs appeared and disappeared during this period as they went on peering with more and more people. So AS3257 was still up on the rank 1 in 2007, followed by NTT. Here we got Hurricane Electric's ASN on the rank 3, followed by 30071 and 6175. After this, for most part, HE got here on the rank 1, which, as you know, we're pushing for lots more IPv6, followed by Tynet, NTT, and here we see the appearance of Global Crossing, which is now level 3. It was there for a while in the routing table as one of the most connected networks in V6, and so on. So, in case of V6, I would say, before 2010, there was a lot more changes around because the numbers are extremely low. So anyone doing more than 70, 80 peerings was appearing in the list over here. After 2012, we see a reasonable stability with more and more larger providers, as one may expect them in the list. So HE followed by Cogent, followed by level 3, then AS13030, and the Tynet, the GTT, which is now GTT, I believe. So that has been the ranking as per December 2016 in case of IPv6 address space. And as I said, we did not differentiate it in customers versus peers. So you may see a network like HE with lots of customers and lots of peers. You may also see other networks in the list which may be having reasonable amount of peers with the other larger ones, while lots and lots of downstream. And here we also see appearance of Tynet in 2014 and 2016 in the top list. Here's the plot of how the adjacencies change has been. This is the graph for HE's network. Here's the graph for Cogent AS174. This is for level 3, and for remaining you can see a lot more interesting patterns. So for instance, AS37100 wasn't really doing V6 for a while and suddenly jumped in 2013 in the December of 2013. And in case of Tynet, there has been usually linear growth, I would say. Here's the year-on-year changes in the ASN. And again, as I said, this is about the ASNs which are visible in the table. We literally dump the routing table from collectors and pick the ASNs up. So any ASN which has been allocated but not being announced is just not on the list. Any ASN, even if it's announcing V4 only or V6 only, is in the respective data set. So in January 2006, there were 21,000 ASNs which were visible in the global table, while after 11 years, in the end of 2016, there were 56,000. On an average, it's a growth of 14.76% every year for this 11-year period. And if we plot it, I personally thought there might be some interesting changes in the pattern, especially around the fact that a lot of cloud providers as well as CDN providers came up during this period. But we don't see a lot happening in the ASN space because of that. Maybe a lot of them are using other networks, IP space and other networks ASN. So the change is not that drastic as it should be, one may expect in these graphs. In case of new ASNs getting online, so these are the chart for the new ASNs which appeared during this period. For most part, it's within this number. There is not much change. Somewhere around 300 ASNs appeared almost every year during this time. Going further for IPv6, there has been a huge change since IPv6 came up somewhere around this time, especially with the ISOC launch and other major events. So in 2006, only 590 ASNs were announcing V6 addresses, and by end of 2016, there were around 12,000. Year on year, that's somewhere around 186% change, but that may overall go down over time as more and more people have dual stack their routers. Although I think this is purely reflecting who is announcing V6. It's not reflecting who is allocating V6 addresses as well. That makes a big difference, because I know personally lots and lots of networks which announce address space while still not have configured their end devices and are not allocating V6 all the way up to the end. So the picture is not as good maybe if we talk of V6 up to the end deployments. We can clearly see the ISOC launch day here. So ISOC launch day, we see a clear jump here. In case of World IPv6 day, there was a major jump when people turned on V6 for testing, and after that, for the launch date, also we see a jump in the graph in the V6 announcements, and it has been reasonably okay after that. We could not figure out this spike over here. We could not relate it to any specific event. It was probably more of a noise during this period. Maybe someone announced a lot more routes and something like that. I'd be interested to hear if anyone has an idea. Here's a quick info on the growth of IPv4 prefixes. So the prefix growth has been reasonable. There were somewhere around 200,000 routes during that time. Now it's slightly above 600,000. I believe it's somewhere 650,000 at this period now when we are presenting this data. And growth has been quite high since lots and lots of address space has depleted, and people are deaggregating a lot more prefixes. So lots and lots of /24s are visible these days in case of IPv4 table. In case of V6, as one may expect, after 2012, there has been a reasonable jump. And I would like to say in both of these cases, we are putting up any prefix announcement which is above /24 in size. So anything /24, /23, 22 is visible in this data. If it's /25 or 26, which are visible on the route collectors, we have just avoided putting that kind of data. In case of V6, we pick the boundary which everyone expects, the /48 boundary. So any announcement smaller than /48, that is /49, 50 is being ignored. There are lots and lots of /64s, /126, and /128s visible if you look at the Oregon route views data. They are collecting that data, and that's a good thing to collect, while lots of people are still leaking those routes out of their router. So we have not included that in this chart, because that would just degrade the whole values. It won't make any sense. A lot of people anyway are filtering that out in the production network. Comparison of IPv4 and IPv6. So how many ASNs still need to do V6? This chart tells us that. Here is the number of ASNs which are announcing V6. Again, this is purely on the edge side. They are announcing, it's visible, it's there. Not on the allocation side, whether they are actually deployed V6 all the way up to the end users. While in case of IPv6 is huge, so ideally we want this graph to at least overlap, if not exceed the V4 graph for better internet. On the right side, here's a graph which we never want to see overlapping. This is the announcement of address space in IPv4 world, and this is the address announcement in IPv6 world. I really hope it stays small, considering the fact that IPv6 is very high in density. So each /48 announcement is really huge, which is the least announcement which we picked up in this chart. Anyone announcing /32 or even some extremely large operators announcing /29s, that's huge in v6 space. So we do not really expect them to be announcing more and more address space as they grow, since that covers a reasonable chunk of users. They can allocate a lot of addresses out of that allocation and out of that announcement. Next is the growth of multi-homing. So we tried to look how many networks were multi-homed earlier with, say, 1 provider all the way up to 5 providers, and how many are multi-homed now, to find if there has been a change in terms of multi-homing. We were very interested to see if more networks are now relying on multiple networks or lesser networks. So here's the data, and again, we collected data for multiple times in every month, but for the sake of presentation, we are presenting only December's data for each year. So you can see in case of December 2006, there were 8,000. So this is the total visible ASNs were 24,000, out of which 8,000 were having just one adjacency. And this could be a peer, this could be a transit. Ideally, for one, we can assume it would be transit because the ASN would be connected to internet somehow. So, so a lot of these were purely single-homed, extremely likely transit pair. If not transit, then it would be an interesting scenario why they were with just one peer. With 2 peers, it could be multiple transit, it could be a picture of 1 transit and a mix of 1 pairing. So this is how it went on. All the way in December 2016, we see out of 56,000 ASNs, 21,000, so little less than half of that was still single-homed, single ASN connected network. With 19,000 connected to 2 peers, and it so goes on. Beyond this scale, the number of networks connected to more than 5 peers is extremely low. We plotted this out to see if it makes sense to find the change. So this one shows the total number of visible ASNs, the growth over time, as we saw in the earlier chart. This one shows the networks with 1 peer versus 2 peer. So it's kind of interesting. There were more networks with 2 peerings earlier. As you can see on the graph over here, it says 2 peers, and there were slightly more networks. And somewhere in 2012, this overlapped. So now there are lesser networks with multiple peers. There are more networks with just single peer over this period. In terms of other 3, 4, and 5 and more peers, the number of networks is extremely low beyond this point, and we could not see any major change or any graph cutting others. So there's no pattern change, and it has been pretty much similar. But this part was interesting. More networks are relying on a single provider these days over time, as they were relying in, say, 2006. I picked up the data for adjacencies in Middle East since I was presenting data over here. An important thing here is that I did not pick up the ranking of the ASN, since the number of adjacencies is considerably low. So if we try to rank them up, it becomes harder. It's easier to rank networks which are up on say top 5, top 10, or even top 100, since the number of adjacencies is unique. If you go beyond that point, number of network with, say, adjacencies 10 or 20 or 30, it's lots and lots of them. So how can one rank them? Should one rank them all together? And plus the rank won't really make sense at that scale. What we tried to put was to see putting the adjacencies, the number of adjacencies networks over here have. So here we see the local host with Omantel. We could see from the public collector data, the number of adjacencies were 4 back in 2006. It kept on increasing, and in 2011 it was 12. I'll come on this data. There's an important understanding of this data once I present this chart. For the Ooredoo, the other provider, we could not see the route announcement up to 2009. Someone may correct me if the ASN has changed over this time, but probably the ASN wasn't visible. Maybe they started operation back here, or they were not using this ASN up to this point. So they were not visible, and they came up online in 2010. For Etisalat AS8966, this is how has been the growth of adjacencies. For DU, the other larger provider in Dubai, so 4, 7, and so on, the adjacencies has increased. Here's for STC, followed by ITC. I'll come on the more latest data. Here, for 2012, it has been 16, 20, and so on. So now in 2016, we see somewhere around 59 adjacencies for Omantel. And it's important to understand this is not completely correct. We know for sure, based on our conversations, the number of adjacencies is slightly higher than this number. There are slightly more adjacencies. The reason it's not reflecting it in this data is because a lot of adjacencies happen to be just the network peers, not the downstream. Because they are peers, routes are kept local within the region. So Omantel might be peering or might be connected to some other regional provider, learning their routes and announcing their routes. Both providers are exchanging routes while no one is announcing to upstream, which is a perfectly fine situation. Since none of them or their downstream, which has the full table, is putting those routes in a public collector, outside we just have no idea who they are connected to. And you might see this kind of problem with our tool bgp.he.net, as well as you might see similar thing with the stat.ripe.net, that a lot of times adjacencies are not visible as you may expect. And this is true for larger content players as well. Companies like, say, Google, Facebook, a lot of their peerings won't be visible in these tools because neither of the side is dumping the routing table data in any of the route collectors. So it's just not possible to know who one is connected to. So as I was saying, if you don't see your ASN's data being reflected correctly here, it's extremely easy to get it corrected. Here's how you can get on the list in the top: follow and promote open peering policy. It makes sense to have open peering policy and interconnect with anyone else. At Hurricane, we follow open peering policy. We connect with anyone who likes to peer with us. Pure internet exchange points. This is the last point I would like to stress on over here is these are the public route collectors. Try to share your routing table to one of these public route collectors. So from outside, there is a visibility on your peerings, who you are peering with, and one can have an understanding of that. It would be also good to host things like RIPE Atlas probes, so one can trigger trace routes from your network and figure out how's the connectivity like. Start an IXP in your region if it's not there already, and use peering DB, list yourself so that others can find you and interconnect. Some of the quick conclusions: peering is good, and this is one of the cool quotes I like to say. Remember, somewhere up the transit path there is always peering. So if you are buying from someone and you're not peering, somewhere up that path, that provider or the upstream of that provider, at the top of the chain, they are peering. So up the transit path, there is always peering, so why you want to use that peering and not promote peering at your levels? If you have a relatively smaller network, go and do more and more peerings, and it makes perfect sense to exchange traffic locally. More peerings means more entry and exit points in the backbone, so networks with high amount of adjacencies give a tremendous advantage that you have lots and lots of entry and exit points with the backbone. IPv6 deployment globally needs to accelerate, and remember, each announcement here carries a considerable amount of prefix. So each of the announcement is carrying lots and lots of address space at least, and some of the considerations, as I already said, there can be, and there are actually large networks which are well connected, say larger content networks which are not reflected in this data. If them or the other side, that is the other networks connected to them, start dumping data, we would see those, and one can have a better analysis of those, how they're connected. Announcements smaller than /24 and 48 are ignored, and we just looked into the adjacency. We did not differentiate it between peers, upstream, and downstream. Because if you try to do that, you can do that for limited sets of players. You cannot do that at the scale of internet. It's tricky to find who is the downstream and who is the upstream if you ignore the announcements going towards larger transit-free or tier 1 networks. So that's about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we have questions or comments? So, okay, I have one until somebody goes to the mic. But can you also expand a little bit about what the impact of not having those many adjacencies for our networks in this part of the world and the internet here? How does that affect maybe even the end user, not just necessarily just the networks?
Sure. So I can in multiple locations, including US, Singapore, Hong Kong, and lots and lots of POPs in Europe. And on one fine day, one of their interconnections with another larger providers in Palo Alto broke off. And as soon as that went off, they were routing traffic to that provider all the way from Singapore. And so if you have extremely limited paths, extremely limited peering, you end up in having extremely horrible routing. For most horrible, and even if it's not horrible in regular times, it would be extremely horrible if one of your peerings or one of your path goes down. So it's extremely important in terms of resiliency in the network. So when you're offering really high capacities, you want to make sure that traffic stays local. Traffic from within that region is not really getting routed from outside with terribly high latency and much larger bottlenecks.
Okay. If you have a question, please go to the mic. There are mics back there for questions. By the time you get there, I'll ask a very quick other question, which is, we've seen in this part of the world, it's changing, and it's changing quickly. Like Paul was mentioning, we're seeing more and more enterprise and banks and governmental ASNs popping up. But for a long time, the mentality was the one that would actually get an ASN and manage his own resources would be the ISP, and then the customers would buy from them. In this part of the world, at least, like I said, it's changing. But can you also expand a little bit about how that would impact the local internet here versus, let's say, other countries, let's say UK, where we see, hundreds of ASNs in the country versus maybe a country that we only see 4 or 5 or 6?
Sure. So the fact that it should be the ISP doing peering for you, and you must be connected to your ISP, it goes back in the case when a lot of people used to say that internet comes from US, right? Now, as the content has spread out and lots of content is coming from CDNs and limited sets of networks which have global presence, it makes a lot more sense to have peering, and one can offload a considerable amount of traffic. Most of larger networks, say you took the example of UK, they told me, so in terms of the eyeball players, they can offload as much as 70 to 80% of their traffic, and this is really high. So for remaining 20%, they can go with transit. For 70 to 80%, they are relying on peering with direct interconnection, and extremely likely with a member which is on the same layer 2 fabric. So extremely low latency, extremely high performance.
Okay, yeah, the question? Please just name an affiliation.
Hi, my name is Maher Qasim. I'm from Masco Group Dataport Links Lebanon. We're an ISP. You had some very interesting data, and I was wondering if you could provide us with maybe a central source to collect data such as that, and maybe data for traffic to and from AS numbers, your AS number, our AS number, anybody's AS number, and the type of traffic.
Sorry, if I understood correctly, you are asking for any source which can provide you this data?
Yes.
We will probably publish this data. The challenge is there are lots and lots of ASNs, so probably I might end up in writing a tool where you can put your ASN and it just shows your peering over time. You might have seen our tool bgp.he.net, which gives the latest state, which is updated every 24 hours. We do not publish historical data in that tool as yet. The tool has limited historical data with respect to how many adjacencies were there over last few months, but we are not really collecting and keeping the data for like last 10 years or so. So for this specific data set, I can probably publish it online and share it over there.
Yeah.
So happy to see the first question, the Lebanese. Thank you for coming up and asking.
I also think Kaveh wants to comment on this as well.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. Comment to Maher.
Name and affiliation, sorry.
Sorry, coverage by RIPE NCC. So another source is RIPE Stat. So if you go to stat.ripe.net and enter any ASN country code or prefix, you can actually get all kind of historical data also, like, and we have many visualization tools like BGPlay, where you can go back up to, I think, 1999. So in December 1999, we have routing data basically per 5-minute intervals till today. So the RIS project is the one providing data for that. So try stat.ripe.net. That will give you a lot of information. And if you're running an IXP in the region, we would be more than happy to work with you to install a RIS collector box. So your data directly from your IXP goes back to the RIPE backend. A question about IXPs, which is a bit, because I also really promote IXPs and I like to see more of them in the region. One of the requirements, especially highlighted here, is all over the world, but here is much more visible, and sometimes that stops IXPs to being formed, is LI, lawful interception, or LEA requirements, and especially in this region. And I was talking to a few people who have operating IXPs in the region, and this is one of their questions as well. So do you have any solutions or any ideas how IXPs can work with LEAs, basically, to be able to provide lawful interception interfaces or things like that? Because this is one of the reasons in Middle East we don't see that many IXPs.
Sure. So I'm not really familiar with the policies over here in this region, but since I come from India, we see similar requirements or for a part. And this is more tricky. I don't really have a solution, but I can explain it gets trickier, especially with the fact that IX peering is pretty much layer 2. So you cannot really expect internet exchanges to be keeping some kind of logs or dumping some kind of data. So it gets very trickier. Maybe it makes more sense to consider the fact that at the end of the day, it's the ISPs which are providing the services. Anyone who has the services comes via an ISP, whether it's a layer 1 circuit or a layer 3 transit. And those are regulated, and those have those mostly the lawful interception part. So maybe one should think about not really putting the limb part. That's what, again, my personal opinion, into the exchange, because as long as that is covered on the ISP side, why you want to have the limb on the multiple side of the links? And furthermore, even if you do, then how would you technically do it at just a layer 2 switch, which is just exchanging traffic? You would end up in maybe having a layer 3 exchange, which would be horrible. We don't see any larger exchanges which are running layer 3. Maybe just few providers selling IP transit, partial IP transit in the form of layer 3 exchange.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just echo one thing that was mentioned, that we do need to host a lot more of these collectors in this part of the world, whether they are the PCH collectors, whether they're the REIS collectors from the NCC, whether they're the University of Oregon Route View collectors, because it gives a better measurement for people doing research like this, and for others that we're going to be hearing from later this day on how the internet is actually growing in this part of the world, and it gives us gives a better perspective for those that are actually interested in coming in this part of the world and doing business here to see how resilient the internet is.
And I would like to say, so many of these collectors are based on multi-hop sessions as well. So in case of PCH, it's the local device, AS3856 collecting the route. So Nishal is here. If you're interested, maybe you can speak to him. For Oregon route views, it's just a multi-hop session from your router where you exchange your routes. And since you exchange your full table, that gives a visibility to the entire internet on how's your interconnections has been, and that if you have lots of peering, you'll end up in top ranks in most of these data if that data is visible outside.
Yeah. And now, thank you very much. Please join in thanking the speaker. So the next speaker we have up is a good friend of mine and one of the people that likes talking more than I do, but he always has more interesting stuff to say than I do. Nishal Gopardahan, he's from PCH, and he's actually going to be talking about a survey that PCH ran with the exchange points around the world, and there's always useful information there. You heard Thomas earlier quoting one of the surveys that they did earlier. Nishal, please.
Good morning again. Hisham is being very non-committal about the time he's giving me. He says, just talk, you know. So thank you, Anurag. That was a really interesting talk. And building on that, I'd like to share with you some work that we've done, work that we've been doing over a few years. An introduction again. My name is Nishal Govardhan. I'm an internet analyst at Packet Clearinghouse. No, we do not sell IP transit. We don't clean or clear your packets either. We're a research organization. We're based in the United States, but for my part, I hardly ever visit the United States. And I work out of Johannesburg. Most of my work is based around the developing part of the world. So I spend a lot of time in Africa, of course, Southeast Asia. Now that Hisham has joined the NCC, I've been trying to work with him in this region. We do research in a bunch of things, and one of the things that we do is produce papers on things like peering and interconnection, and that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. But I can't take all the credit for this. Unfortunately, I'm just the, attractive guy on stage talking about things that are going on now. The real work was done by two of my colleagues, our executive director, Bill Woodcock, and the data analyst, Marco, from PCH. So I will try to answer their questions, but if you're going to ask me difficult math questions, then no. So background to this. About 5 years ago, PCH conducted what we call a really large internet survey. So I'm sorry about the slides, there are lots of text, but we tried to make it so that you can take it away and read it at your leisure without having to listen to my voice. So yeah, about 5 years ago, we conducted an internet survey, particularly about peering. And we asked 3 questions of the different operators that we had reached out to. And the questions are, as they're written up there, is the agreement formalized in a written document? Does the agreement have symmetric terms? And if there is an agreement, of course, what is the country of law governing what is the country of the governing law of the agreement? So it's a very simple survey. This was done in 2011, and at the time, it was really, really interesting because it was a large survey, the largest of its type. Previous to that, I think the largest survey had been about 16 network operators only, and those were only from the US. So to have done analysis of about 142,000 agreements from over 4,000 networks 5 years ago, this was groundbreaking work. And you would have heard some of the results come out of it. Sorry, if you're interested, the survey is available there online. And you would have heard some of the results come out of this a little earlier on. Thomas earlier this morning mentioned some of the statistics you would have seen out of it. And the paper's been downloaded over 500,000 times, and it's been used in various forums, including the OECD. So this is a quote from Dr. Sam Paltridge, where he says that the data that was here basically was really useful to us at the OECD. And we used this as the basis for saying that the internet peering ecosystem regulates itself pretty well. It's a nice self-regulating system within the OECD countries. So we're going to stay off. We're not going to try to manage how the internet and how peering and interconnection works in this part of the world, again, the OECD countries, because, well, clearly you're doing the right thing. So we think that the data and the results that come out of this are pretty good, and well, here's a testament from the OECD saying that they thought that the results were good as well. So it was 5 years ago. It was a long time in internet terms, and we promised that we would try to repeat the survey every kind of 5 years so that we'd get some sort of time series data that we could look at over a period of time. And of course, it's 2016, well, last year was 2016. So we issued the same survey again, with the exception of us adding one new question to the survey. And that new question was, are you exchanging IPv6 traffic with this peer? And I think you're all pretty much aware IPv4 has run out in this region a long, long time ago. IPv6 is the future. Get on board. Speak to the NCC. Now I'm going to stop at this point and just say that we get lots of requests for folks saying, can't you add the following and the following and the following? And yes, it's great. We can add easily 100 questions to the survey, but then it affects the quality of the data we get. So we try to keep the survey as short as possible because, firstly, if you're like me, you don't like clicking through lots of yes-no answers or anything like that, but also because we want to make sure that the short, concise answers we get typically match from one party, typically match up what the other party is saying. And you'll see this in some of the data that I present to you a little later on. So 2016, what have we done? Well, from 140-odd thousand interconnection agreements in 2011, we've managed to get we've managed to analyze 1.935 million agreements. So the numbers increased. So thank you if you replied to the survey. Your data's in here somewhere. It's all anonymized. We promise not to release that. And yes, the numbers grown quite nicely. Aside from just the 1,400 odd networks that we managed to reach out to in 2011, this year we managed to, last year rather, we managed to get to almost 11,000 networks covering all of the OECD countries. So you can see that they have a strong bias towards giving us data because, well, it feeds back into their regulation, right? And we also got data this time, for the first time, from 21 of the UN LDC, the least developed countries. So there's a good spread of data coming from the most developed countries in the world down to what the UN considers the least developed countries in the world. So that map is cute, but it's also slightly misleading. And I apologize, I didn't do the graphics. You'll have to scream at Bill and Woody and Marco for that. But the map's slightly misleading in the sense that it might, it's not normalized. It's not normalized for the number of interconnections. So you can see we've got a lot of data coming back from the United States. We've got a lot of data coming back from Russia, South Africa, where I'm from. And while it might not seem that there's a lot of data from some of the countries in Central Africa, for example, that's not necessarily the case. In some areas where there's only one network, we've grouped or we've sort of colored it or shaded it by the number of respondents that we've gotten. So if there's only one network in the country, it might appear not well shaded in here, but in reality we probably have 100% answer rate in that particular economy. So on to the analysis. So the proportion of representations, there we go. This is going to be like yesterday, Hisham. So what we have here, three basic elements. The red line is indicative of the answers that we have. So these are the people that answered the surveys. The numbers on the top, the tall blue, so to speak, that's the number of registered ASNs in that country. So you could, as you'd imagine, the United States, Russia, the UK, Germany, there are lots and lots of potential AS partners that we could have gotten, potential answers that we could have gotten out of those countries. And the dark blue, and it didn't come out too clearly here, I'm afraid, the one little lower down, those are what we would call transit ASNs. So an AS that's providing IP transit to some other AS either within that country or to a neighboring country or something like that. And what's interesting is you'll see that the line that we've got, the respondents cuts neatly across almost always above the transit ASN. So we're getting a lot of respondents that are coming from stub networks. Now this, if you've been listening to what's been going on this morning and not hacking away at Facebook, you'd find that this is pretty much what Paul started saying, that the internet's changing. Where the internet was just internet service providers a long time ago, now you're getting a lot more sort of edge or stub networks that are coming on board. You heard that from 3 different people this morning, and now there's other data that's showing you pretty much the same thing. And there's more to come. And no, it's not clicking. It doesn't move. One country I want to call out in particular is Indonesia. Now, Indonesia is, and we wrote it down, it's the 4th largest country by population in the world. It's the 16th largest economy, and it's made tremendous strides in their peering ecosystem. So in terms of our data, Indonesia was at number 18 in terms of the number of respondents that we got and the adjacencies we got 5 years ago. It's moved all the way up to number 5. And when I saw these results, because I don't do too much work in that part of the world, I was amazed. So I went back to look at the exchange point directory that we maintain, to look at the Indonesian networks. And it's true, the internet exchange points, where I was expecting them to have maybe 100 peers or maybe 150 at max, they have like 800 peers now. So something's going very, very well in Indonesia right now. So I'm going to call out Indonesia because you're going to see some of the information. We thought it would be interesting to analyze Indonesia as an economy because of its explosive growth. To the meat of the survey. So of the results that we've gotten, 95,510 of the agreements were sort of symmetric. They were, the same agreement seen from 2 different sides. So roughly 477,000 matching pairs. In other words, what I am saying, I am peering, if I claim to have an adjacency to a network on that side, that network is validating that, yes, network Nishal has an adjacency to me. So, if you do the math, basically that says that there's 98.71% of the data we have has been verified by peers on the other side. So that means that the data that we have is actually pretty solid. It's not somebody making up relationships, for example, right? It's because it's somebody saying, I have these peers, and the peer on the other side validating that these peers are there. Now, in as much as that's a good example, in much as it's good data, 98% of it, it's slightly down from the statistics we had 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we had 99.52%, and we attribute a lot of that to the fact that we're adding more questions. So as I said at the start, when you add more questions to the survey, the chances that you're going to get data that matches, that overlaps, starts to get, incrementally lower. And that's why we're very wary of adding additional questions to the survey. So key findings, and what you've been waiting for, Thomas, if you're at the back. In 2011, we reported that 99.73% of interconnections happened on a sort of a handshake-ish kind of basis. That's gone up. So it's now 99.98%. So for those of you that are peering, chances are that 99, oh, sorry, I missed a slide. Or have I? No, I haven't. 99.98% of the peering relationships don't require formal contracts. That's phenomenal, okay? The other thing that was notable about it is that these are also symmetric terms. Now, earlier on today, we heard someone mention the term paid peering, and my ears pricked up for a second, and I was listening to this notion of paid peering, because you hear this in the environment. You hear people say paid peering is a thing, right? Come to me and I can sell you partial transit, or that was the term that was given out sooner. Our statistics say otherwise. Our statistics say that of the networks that are out there, the people that are talking about paid peering, or the people that are saying paid peering is a thing, are the people that are trying to sell you paid peering, and the people that are getting paid to talk to you about paid peering. So you see the conflict of interest here, right? I'm getting reimbursed by the fact that I can talk about paid peering, so I'm always going to talk to you about, well, paid peering being a thing, because if I don't talk to you about paid peering being a thing, well, I'm not going to earn my salary at the end of the month. So the data that we have indicates that the relationships between peers are symmetric. No one's really interested too much in you know, I wouldn't say they're too interested. No one's transferring information on a basis where they feel that they've been slighted by anybody else. There's a strong preference for, continuing with the survey results, there's a strong preference for the United States, Canada, and Japan remaining as the countries of origin for peering. So if we had to ask where's the country that is governing the relationship of peering? The countries that have stayed at the top, the United States, Canada, and Japan, are still there. They're still in spots number 1, 2, and 3. But post-Snowden revelations, 2 countries that have moved up quite nicely are Iceland and Finland. And if you're not familiar, Finland is one of the few countries in the world that has it written down in law that access to the internet, or guaranteed access to the internet, is guaranteed in law, right? So it's you know, if you want internet access, go to Finland. Unfiltered internet access, go to Finland. It's gonna be there for you. On the worst side of the list, so the countries that people don't want to basically transact in, that's interesting enough for me. China and Thailand have joined the countries that were traditionally at the bottom. So the countries at the bottom, Romania, Ukraine, and Russia, you're still there, unfortunately, but you've now been joined by China and Thailand in the last 2 spots. And there should have been a graph, but I don't know what happened to it. Perhaps I'll check my notes and post them up online. So this is the number of interconnection partners per. Here we go. I knew I was missing a slide. So this is another key finding, and for me, this was something that was particularly interesting. I mentioned earlier on that I'm quite old these days. And I remember peering, and I remember setting up peering in Johannesburg, and I remember peering with my partners and having to do the hard work, having to go to the microphone, build the relationships, reach out to folks to say, would you like to peer with me? Would you like to peer at our internet exchange point? Here's the value of peering. Now, I still believe in that, and I still think that that's very important and very necessary to build that peering ecosystem. But some of the information that we've got out of the peering survey says that most peering that happens today happens on a multilateral peering session. So if you're not quite certain what that means, it means that at an internet exchange point, for example, you would peer with the route server that is at the internet exchange point, and that's it. You'd get the benefit of peering with everybody else simply because they're all peering with the route server. I've always thought that the route server was simply a nice to have at the exchange point. And 5 years ago when we did the data, it came out that about 60% of the world's internet, well, we can't measure traffic, right? But we do measure the number of adjacencies or the interconnections. And it seemed that about 5 years ago, 60% of the adjacencies were based on route servers. Today that number is a staggering, and it's not here, but it's well over 90%. So route servers are in. Okay, everybody, if you're running an exchange point and if you don't have a route server, there's conclusive evidence here that says you're doing your peers a disservice. You should be running a route server at your internet exchange point. So let's look at some of the data, and you can see the spikes, and the spikes typically are indicative of. So here we have the number of adjacencies, and here we have the number of adjacencies, and here we have the number of networks. So looking at the Jakarta Internet Exchange Point, you can see that there's about 1,000 networks in Jakarta that have, what is that? Probably like 80 or 90 odd adjacencies. That's made much more clearer here. So there's actually 1,021, I remember the number, 1,021 networks that have exactly, 102 adjacencies. There it is. The peak just didn't show out nicely there. So these are networks that have exactly one adjacency. In other words, they peer at that exchange point and nowhere else. They don't have any BGP sessions, even to other peers that are necessarily at perhaps another domestic exchange point or anything else. So I'm going to go back to what I said earlier on when I said that route servers, that's this year's black. It's the thing that's in. So that's the Jakarta exchange point. So looking at countries that are benefiting from route servers. So this is also quite interesting. I apologize, the slide didn't seem to come out quite nicely here. So we've normalized the peers that are going across like this. And looking at Indonesia, just Indonesia, from our data, it seems that there are 2 multilateral peering servers in Jakarta. Now that might be incorrect. There might be more than that. But as I said, this is based on the data that we have. So we've got that down as 2. But look at the number of adjacencies. So here you're looking at about 500 times 500, which is, or rather 1,000 times 1,000, because there's about 1,000 peers there. 1,000 times 1,000, which is a really large number at the top. So even though there's a smaller number of multilateral peering servers, in other words, fewer route servers that are available at the Jakarta exchange point, the number of potential adjacencies that they have is actually higher than, say, a more developed peering environment that we would expect, like Germany, which has a lot more route servers and a lot more internet exchange points, simply because the matrix, the 1,000 by 1,000, is much higher than, well, the matrix that you would see in another developed country. So that was interesting for me. I was very pleased to see South Africa feature up there. I know I said I run 3 exchange points, and it was interesting for me to see that all our data appears to be correctly added in there. So the good news was that people are not being fussy about peering. People just want to peer. They're not worried about how they're peering. They're staying away out of a few countries, and they're happy to peer route servers because of this fire and forget type mentality. You basically set up a BGP session, you walk away, and whether it's 50 networks later or 1,000 networks later, the adjacencies are magically just adding on to themselves. But not all the data in the survey came out very well, and one of the things that didn't fare very well was IPv6. So of the results that we have of the respondents, only 3.88% indicated that they were exchanging IPv6 traffic with everybody else. 96.12% of the respondents indicated that there's no IPv6 going on. So, and again, this is data that people submitted to us. It's not us trying to extrapolate information from routing tables like you've seen Anurag try to do. This is stuff that we asked the community to provide input on. Now that's shockingly bad. For 20 years into IPv6 deployment, one would expect to see that IPv6 is doing a lot better than, well, that measure of interconnections. That doesn't mean that there isn't IPv6, it just means that the people that responded to us indicated that they're not doing v6. And, well, as you see, a lot of people did respond to the survey. Of the respondents that we did get, interestingly enough, Russia and Brazil had very high IPv6 numbers. So Russia had the highest average at about 21%. So 21% of the respondents indicated that, yes, we're doing v6 peering, followed by the Ukraine, Brazil, and the United States at 4.7%. And that takes our global average to about 3.8%. So if we draw a line here that says this is the global average, pretty much those are the only countries that are above it. Russia, Ukraine, Brazil, and the United States. Everybody else kind of falls below the world average, which is not good news, I think. And then there's a big discrepancy between the networks that are interconnected. So again, talking about IPv6, there's about so sort of the 12th largest networks in the world are saying, yes, no problem, we can do this. We're doing IPv6, and we're doing IPv6 with about, 70% of their peers. So, I mean, that's a pretty good number. You've got you've got 70%, which is a decent enough number, of 12 of the largest respondents that we've had out there. And these are typically the very large networks in the world saying, yes, yes, we're doing IPv6. But the problem that we see, the problem that we see rather, is that the lion's share of the smaller networks, the guys that technically you would expect to be more agile from a network perspective and more able to adopt v6 because they don't have a lot of the problems that the larger networks have, well, they're not turning on v6. So you've got this problem with, again, one sector of the market saying, yes, we've got 70% of it, but by far the lion's share of the smaller networks, the guys that should be doing this, saying, nope, sorry, we have not got around to routing IPv6 yet. So you can see 0.44 IPv6 prefixes and only with 0.15%. That's shockingly low, really. So to tie this back into other world statistics, now this is a slight misnomer. This is not necessarily an indication that the IPv6 traffic you have is an indication of, the number of prefixes that you announce is an indication of the traffic that's there. But we thought it would be interesting to go back to the Internet Exchange Point directory that we have. So this is something that PCH has been running for years now. And one of the things we've recently added is going to the exchange point operators and saying, how much v6 traffic do you have at your exchange points? So looking at Russia, North America, in this case the Seattle exchange point, and the Amsterdam exchange point, we could take the numbers that we picked up earlier on. So 21% of Russian networks were saying we're doing IPv6 peering, and roughly 17% of the traffic across the Moscow Internet Exchange Point is IPv6. Now, it's a cute coincidence. This is by no means indicative that it's going to be the same everywhere else in the world. We thought that it was really interesting that the numbers as the peers responded to us pretty much are not that far off. 4.7%, 4.75% at Seattle. They're pretty close, and it was a nice coincidence for us. So can we tie this v6 stuff back into something that makes sense to folks? And this is a question regulators like to ask. Is it cheaper for us to do v6? Is it more expensive for us to do v6? So we took the respondents that replied, mapped them into countries, and tried to map that out to sort of earnings, right? GDP. And there's nothing in there that makes sense. I mean, you try to find a pattern in that, and Marco spent a week, if I remember, just trying to look for something. There's nothing in there that makes sense because, for example, you've got Qatar, which is, well, high GDP overall, but very, very low IPv6 deployment. On the other side of the spectrum, complete other side of the spectrum, you've got Gambia and Rwanda, which are two of the poorest countries in Africa, but at least the respondents are telling us that their v6 deployment is, well, over 10%, but 12, 15, 20% or so. So there's no indication, at least to us, and from the data that we have, that v6 deployment is tied into any kind of wealth or measure of the network or value of the network or GDP or anything like that. Some countries are doing well, some economies are not doing well. It is what it is. Yeah, this is one of my favorite pictures. So this is an indication of the domestic versus international peering arrangements that you might have. And what that means effectively is a country that's colored in nice and dark. So let's pick my country, let's pick South Africa. You can see it's fairly dark. That means that there's a strong web of interconnections between the domestic providers. The number of domestic to domestic adjacencies is very, very high. And that's a really good thing. So that's indicative of a well-connected domestic internet economy, and that's pretty much what you'd want to see, okay? And you can see that features, I'm boastful, I can talk about my country because I know the history and the background to that, but I also know that we spend a lot of time talking to them about peering and getting folks to understand the value of peering and getting them interconnected. And you can see even darker than that is the United States, Russia, and Brazil. It didn't come out so clearly in here. And again, those are three economies where there's lots and lots and lots of domestic interconnection. Now, don't mistake that for understanding that there's no international connectivity or there's low international connectivity or international adjacencies. What this simply means is that the number of domestic adjacencies by far outnumbers the number of international adjacencies. And oh yeah, there we go, pie charts to show you this. So in the US, 23%, which is quite high. Germany as well follows up with a quite high number. And if we look at the US, so if we look at Russia, you can see that 57% of the adjacencies in Russia are domestic adjacencies. I'm not going to go through all of these in detail. In Britain, of course, it's 33%, so it's slightly lower. These are the German numbers. And this pretty much matches. I bet if we have to ask the DKICS team for some sort of percentage on, where their members are coming from, they'll tell you that a significant component of their membership is is German, but also non-German as well. And it probably is pretty close to these numbers. And Indonesia, I'll mention Indonesia, you can go back in time and track the number of networks that have been peering using the IXP directory, and that's phenomenal. It's grown. As I said, it was 800 peers, and you see that well reflected here. This is the 49% of adjacencies between Indonesian networks happening to other Indonesian networks. So that's amazing to watch. It's inspiring, actually. How am I doing on time? He says stop. So I'm going to go very quickly to the last two slides. So this is just a little bit more about how we see address space being allocated. So here we've got the V4 address space. You can see that there's a lot of folks that have a lot of address space at the top. I think the next slide has it. So these guys have 133 million IPv4 addresses, these networks, but very, very low number of adjacencies. So those are the incumbents of the world, the very, very large telcos that only want to connect and talk to each other. Okay. Here you would see the 1,000-odd networks that are having, well, not 133 million, probably about 1 million or so IPs, but they happily, well, there's 1,000 of them odd peering with each other, so that's the Indonesian spike. Okay, just a minute. And this is the IPv6 version of the world. Now we've divided this by 10 to the 24 so that it becomes a lot clearer. And one good thing that this matches the data that Anurag was talking about is that you see the number of prefixes that people are advertising. And the prefixes here are typically around the, I think it's on this one, the prefixes here are typically around the 1 prefix. So everybody's advertising their 1/32 or their 1/48. And thankfully, we haven't started the deaggregation wars in V6 yet. Hisham's again signaling me that I'm out of time, so I'm going to stop there and say thanks very much. And I don't know if we have time for questions.
People are already up there. So yeah, Jens.
If your mic doesn't work, it's a sign.
No, it's not. Hello, Nishal. My name is Jan George, Internet Society. You mentioned Rwanda, right?
Yes.
And IPv6. And out of curiosity, does it happen to know? Do you know what's going on there? Why the IPv6 deployment is so high there? What's going on there? What's happening?
So two things. First, it's not necessarily IPv6 deployment that's high in Rwanda. It's the number of respondents that have replied to us indicating that they have peering adjacencies with other networks. So I have a peering relationship with you. Peering relationships may not necessarily be indicative of traffic levels. Okay. I would attribute, though, having been in Rwanda, I was in Rwanda about a month ago. We were doing work with the Internet Exchange Point operators there. And this is something that the Internet Exchange Point operator has taken upon themselves to sort of push as an agenda to say, IPv6 is important, you should be doing this. So I know that the Richter, who is running the CCTLD and the Exchange Point, they're very hands-on in the community, trying to deliver the message of trying to get people to use IPv6. To my understanding, though, there are some networks that are doing V6. There are not a lot of home networks. Actually, I lie. There is a home network. There's a broadband network doing V6 now. It's an FTTH network, and they're now dual stacked completely.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Janzos. I think.
Please. Yeah. To my right. Yeah.
Eric Ziegas, Farsight Security. One of the things you were struggling with was finding a correlation for IPv6 peering versus GDP or some other statistic. One of the things that I saw from your map was that, for the most part, most of the world is starting to do V6 peering, with the exception on your map of what it seemed to be Africa. And if I understand correctly, Africa is one of the few places where you can still get IPv4 from the RIR. So it's perhaps that they haven't hit Randy Bush's wall yet of urgent need because they haven't run out.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's absolutely true. It was only about 2 weeks ago that Afrinic announced that it's finally hit its last /8. So while in Ripeland you've been living in the last /8 for about 4.5 years, I guess, Afrinic has finally joined the exhaustion club. And if you look at the policy, the Afrinic policy mailing list, there's certainly the message that we have IPv4 for now. Let's worry about V6 problems when we get to it. So that's true. That would probably be true for Africa, but it doesn't explain, for example, why some of the more developed countries, and if we go back, Hisham's hating me right now because I'm taking up more time. If we go back here, so some of the really rich economies in this region, so Liechtenstein, for example, I mean, is there a good reason, is someone here from Liechtenstein perhaps? Do you know what's going on, why there's no V6 deployment? And that's what we were struggling with, trying to understand that, is there a reason why some countries are doing particularly well at it and some countries are not? And we don't have that information yet.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, please.
Okay, Maher Qasim, Data Pro Links Lebanon. I noticed something very interesting, that two of the least popular places to peer in the world, or peering points, had the highest IPv6 peering adjacencies, which was interesting. Any idea why that happened? Like Russia and Ukraine specifically, they had the highest IPv6 peering adjacencies, but they were the least popular places to peer in the world.
So it's not that they're the least popular places. It's not an indictment on where people peer. It's if there is an agreement, where would the sort of the law for that agreement reside? So people aren't comfortable having an agreement that's presided on by a Russian court, a Ukrainian court, or something like that. Okay. And then as to why there's no V6, well, you tell me. I mean, I still have V4 in my home. Do you? Let's talk about things like population, right? Russia's population. I mean, you know this better than I do. They have a large population. They need to start getting their folks online. How are they going to do it if they don't have V4? And you haven't had V4 for 4 years now, 5 years, Hisham? Yeah, I guess.
2012.
I don't want to pretend that I know the answers as to why Russia and the Ukraine are doing so well. I can guess at them. Perhaps there's someone here that has a more definitive answer than me, but I can give you my guesses if you'd like, and it's going to come down to, well, we need to get people moving to the next level. It's the same reason that China's doing V6 right now, right? Because, you know, honestly, they can't get V4 anymore, so.
Salam.
Salam Yamut. I think I can propose why you don't... This graph, I would do it IPv6 routing versus new networks. And the theory I'd like to propose is that countries that are deploying new networks, or where potential for deploying new network is high, then have higher IPv6 penetration. So they're using IPv6 for new network, which is relevant for this region. So when you're deploying new networks, think IPv6, as opposed to like the rich economies like the United States or Liechtenstein. There is no room to grow any more networks, and then you don't see any IPv6 deployment.
So thank you, and that's something that we considered as well. So going back to the poster child for what I've been talking about for a lot of this, Indonesia, we thought, well, Indonesia is so well connected now. There's, you know, all of these hundreds of thousands of adjacencies that have come up. Let's go and look at their V6 statistics, and look where Indonesia features, right at the bottom. So there's no indication, it seems to us, there's no correlation between the number of adjacencies you have in V4, the number of adjacencies you have in V6. You could be really well connected, but in V4 land, for example, but not so much in V6 land, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of rational explanation for us. But if you've got ideas, and thank you for that, if you've got ideas, we'd love to take that back, and perhaps we can add a more pointed question or two into our next survey. Again, we're going to be doing this in 5 years' time, so if there's something that you think that would be interesting to us, or to you, if you're a regulator or policymaker, and you think that this data is useful, or a network, please come speak to me during one of the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishal. I told you he speaks more than I do, right? I warned you guys. Anyways, but all very useful information. Yeah. Anyways, at the PC, Nishal and I and Khalid and a bunch of us from the MENOG PC, we felt that we wanted to bring more of the research side into this, to the MENOG meeting and see some of the work that is being done there to try to understand and debunk some of the stuff that you as operators may be seeing or even doing. And that's why we have the next speaker coming up, Alessandra. Yeah, please come on stage. I'd also mention while he's coming up that we have a couple of racy talks that are that we're trying to bring in people from the academic side that are doing research into this MENOG community, because we see it growing. You've already heard enterprise, other operators are coming in, but also research, and we have a lot of talks there. So, yep, Alessandro, yeah, please.
Hi, good morning everybody. I'm Alessandro. It's a pleasure to be here in Muscat to introduce you to the Isolario project. I'm a researcher at the Institute of Informatics and Telematics of the Italian National Research Council in Pisa. And since 2009, me and my research colleagues are working on the Internet Autonomous System level of abstraction, trying to discover some of its hidden characteristics, like, for example, inter-autonomous system economic relationships or geographic information, with the final aim to identify Internet topological properties and drawbacks in order to fix them and offer a solution. As a Hurricane Electric guy, I don't remember the name, Anurag? Yeah, sorry. As Anurag pointed out before, and as other people around the world are doing, we use for our researches the data collected by BGP route collectors. This data is collected by Unix machines, typically running Quagga or Bird, a routing suite, and establishing BGP session with volunteer autonomous systems. Route collectors will only receive the data from a volunteer autonomous system, will not reply with any route, and will not use the routing information they received for any purpose, other than collecting them and make them publicly available online. That's where we take the data from, and we are particularly interested, for example, in the autonomous system path attribute, where we can understand the inter-autonomous system connections. These are the most important route collecting projects, and there are, of course, route use and RIS that are collecting since the late 90s data in MRT format, and Packet Clearing House that is sharing their data since 2011 in MRT format as well. However, as Anurag pointed out before, it is not at all a bed of roses. Data is known to be largely incomplete, and the problem is that the biggest problem is that the number of feeders, the number of autonomous systems sharing their full routing information with any of the route collecting projects is very low. Last time I checked, it was about 250 out of 60,000 autonomous systems in the internet. In one of our last work, we tried to understand how much incomplete these data are, and we devised an optimized describe you, of course, but I can give you all the details in private later, in which we exploited the inter-autonomous system economic relationship to understand the amount of information that we can have. These are the results. As you can see, they are very poor. So we are able to discover the full connectivity of only about 10 or 12% of all the autonomous systems which are transiting traffic for other autonomous systems. Or in other words, those autonomous systems which we see in the middle of an autonomous system path. The situation is even worse in the MENOG region, and I hope this can be solved after my presentation. What we in Pisa, we believed that one of the main problems was that maybe autonomous systems administrators may not see any direct outcome in sharing the routing information, and they need to be a little bit pushed to join. So we created the Isolario project. The Isolario project is an enhanced route collector, which is based on the DODES approach, which means give to be given. We offer to every autonomous system which decides to participate a free set of real-time services based on the aggregation of the routing information we collect. But we require, on the other side, a full routing table and its evolution over time. As every other route collector, we are sharing our RIB feed snapshot every 2 hours and update collection every 5 minutes, as well as some periodic analysis you can find on our website. Plus, we are sharing also some open source software we developed during the development of Isolario, like, for example, the interactive collecting engine, which is the routing suite we are using in Isolario, with the multi-threaded routing suite we are using in Isolario, and the MRT data reader, which allows you to read the data we make publicly available. Here you are the system. So, as I told you, the collector is only a small part of it. Data incoming from our feeders, which are the autonomous system joining Isolario, arrive to the route collector, are parsed, shared with the public, and then analyzed by some of our service modules, and then sent to the core intelligence. In the core intelligence, the data are parsed, merged, and some statistics are computed, and are sent to the web server, which will handle the communication with the feeder administrators, which can access the results of the data in real time thanks to one of the most common browsers available, thanks to WebSockets. This is a focus on the route collector we have, which is the most important part of the system. So data arrives in the dispatcher. The dispatcher split duplicate the packets, the incoming packets, and send one copy of the packet to the route collecting suite, which is ICE, and which handle the GP session and a copy of these packets to each of the services which requires these packets, basing on a set of filters we apply on the dispatcher and on the needs of the system. So, as I told you, every feeder has a free access to a set of services, and these are the services we built up so far. The services are free of charge, of course, and will remain free since we are a research institute and we will remain a research institute. And I'm going to tell you something about the services, the real-time services and the diagnostic services. The historic services are already on work in progress, so I won't tell you anything about that. Please feel free to log in Isolario and our website and log in with the guest credential to follow me during my presentation of the services. So let's start from real-time services. All those services which are built on top of the incoming BGP session. The routing table viewer is the first service we created, and you can access it from the icon you can see on the top left of the slide. And allows you to have a view of, in real time, of the routes that your feeder is announcing to Isolario, the best routes that your feeder is announcing to Isolario to reach a portion of IP space of your interest. We can do that, we found that interesting because it allows you to not log on your router remotely or install any additional third-party software on top of your router, but it just requires to log in Isolario and you have the results you need. All the results are in real time, so if anything happens during the time of analysis, you're going to see the changes on your browser. The second application we created is subnet reachability, which is the most important in my opinion. It is the most important since it exploits the full potentiality of Isolario, giving you all the perspective the Isolario feeders have about a portion of the IP space. So, for example, you can be interested in understanding how your subnet is reached from every other perspective of the internet in real time, and if there are any problems, all the portion of the routing tables of Isolario feeders. Of course, the more the feeders, the more the service is useful. One of the most problematic parts that we found during the development of this service was the visualization problem. We had, right now we have 30, 40 full feeders sending us the routing information. So it's pretty tricky to understand what's going on from 30, 40 portion of tables. Thanks to Massimo Candela of RIPE-NCC, we managed to solve partially this problem, inserting in Isolario in this peculiar application the BGPlay real-time version, which you can find at this website, bgplaymassimocandela.com. So then we pass to the diagnostic services, which are all those services where we try to spot some anomalies in the interdomain routing. The first one is, of course, the alerting system. We created an alerting system which is totally customizable by the network operator, where you can, for example, create your own trigger based on the BGP attributes or a peculiar pattern in the BGP attributes, like, for example, the autonomous system path. You can also set up an alert, a trigger for your prefix reachability or for flap events. We also have an hijack detector, a basic hijack detector, which will tell you whether any of the Isolario feeders are seeing your subnets as announced by another autonomous system. We are trying right now to develop a new version of the hijack detector in order to handle larger scale events, for example. Then we have the daily report. The daily report is a document, a couple of documents we create every night the day before. Not only our data, but also the data coming from route views, RIS, and packet clearing house. Then we propose a new routing table routing analysis tool as an incentive to push you network administrator in sharing your data, and then allow us to pursue our researches. Plus, most analysis tools that I'm aware of either use BGP data publicly available, like RIS or route views, or do not publish the data they collect with their private BGP infrastructure. Then, what's the need of yet another route collector? Well, the main problem is that when we started in 2013, we required to change the infrastructure of the classic route collector, as I showed you before. So we decided to create a new route collecting project to not to compete with others, but to fill something that we thought was like a gap. Hoping that our paradigm, the DODES paradigm, may be successful and may push your network administrator in sharing your routing information. That's it. I thank you for your attention, and I hope many of you will decide to participate to the Isolario. If you decide to participate, please send me a mail at info@isolario.it or stop me offline without any problem. Is there any question?
Questions? Okay, until we get somebody going to the mic. So what do I actually need as an operator to join? What do I need to, other than mailing you? What do I have to have in place?
You just have to set up a BGP session, a multi-hop BGP session towards our route collectors and enjoy our services. That's it. Okay. We just require a full routing table. So our services will be useful. Otherwise, you're going to see just a little bit of information. It's not really needed for you.
And one of the things that I've heard some of the network operators complain about, because they're not necessarily all skillful in programming and Python and stuff like that. Do they need to be skillful Python?
No, they just have to be creative. So if they have any requirements, they can ask us, and we are more than happy then to create a proper module to deploy in Isolario. As a research project, we are open to any kind of collaboration in this sense, for example.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions? No? Well, thank you very much. This has been very informative, and the work that you're doing is great. Seriously.
Thank you very much.
So, last thing, very quickly before we break for lunch. Again, we're back to the peering introductions again. So very quick introductions. So some of the people that sent me their slides, I know some that wanted to send them that haven't sent them yet. So I'll be calling them out even without a slide. First person up, we have Smart Hub. Yep, I see him coming up. And then after that, if BBA-IX could be ready after him. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Assalamu alaikum to all. Thank you very much. I represent Etisalat, and I welcome all to join SmartHub IX in UAE, having advantages of offering you end-to-end connectivity. We are housed to almost all the cables that transit Middle East, and we welcome all to join SmartHub IX and make this region next to Europe or America in success from the peering point of view, having the traffic localized as much as possible. Please welcome, join. You can find more information of SmartHub IX on our website, www.smarthubix.ae. Look forward to all of you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. BBIX. Yeah, please. Masa. You're 2 slides. You're actually 3 slides.
You have slides?
Sorry? Yeah, we have them. There, yes.
Okay. Okay, this is BBIX Japan. My name is Masa Sugawara. We are the internet exchange business players in Japan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. Also, this is a brief information about our company. We have presence in Tokyo, Hong Kong, and Singapore. And we have 160 customers among Asia, and with 745 gigabits per second peak traffic. And I believe there are not so many people from Far East of Asia. So if you see an Asian people around in this event, that's BBIX Japan. So if you're interested in pairing with the Asian players, please come talk to me or send me an email. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I included this slide because I liked it. No peering, no internet. Yes. Yes. After that, we have links. Links is in the room. Yes, please. And after this slide, because I think this is the last slide I have, if anybody's interested in coming up and introducing yourself, again, we have a lot of content, a lot of operators, even without the slide. Please make yourself known to take advantage of that long lunch break that we have. Yeah, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Halil from the London Internet Exchange, otherwise known as Links. I thought I'd do a quick introduction today, as everyone, well, a lot of faces are familiar, but as peering is developing in the region, I thought it'd be worthwhile to introduce ourselves and what we do if you haven't heard of us already. We're one of the largest exchanges in the world, with almost 800 members connected. We have various sites in the UK and a new site that we've launched recently in Virginia, which is growing quite rapidly. We would just like to obviously reach out to members in the region. We operate with Etisalat at the moment, Do, and quite a lot of providers that obviously pass traffic across it over to London and gain access to content providers, etc. Like the speech this morning about the representative from Google. They're one of our members, and obviously we pass a lot of traffic on their behalf. But yeah, I just wanted to introduce myself, so anyone that wants to discuss peering or reaching London, please feel free to give me a shout.
I know M6 wanted to submit a slide. We never got that, but if they're in the room, oh no, yeah? Yeah, do you want to come up? Without your slide, that's fine. I mean, again, to take advantage of that long lunch. Yeah, well, yes. So this is the site. Please, if you're interested in doing this, we have one more coming up at the end of the next session. Please mail me your information. We'll put up a slide. But yeah.
Thank you very much. So my name is Onno Bos from M6, the Amsterdam Internet Exchange. Our main exchange is in Amsterdam, obviously. We have more than 800 networks connected, a very international mix of content, eyeballs, etc. We also have exchanges in the US, in Hong Kong, and recently we opened an exchange in Mumbai. M6 India, together with Sifi. Our AS is 1200, so if you want to connect with us in one of those locations, you can do so directly or remotely via one of our partners. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Final call? Anyone else want to be up here? Okay, fine. Then, at that note, thank you all. We'll break for lunch now. I think we're back at 2 p.m. Yeah, for a very interesting panel discussion and a RIPE Atlas presentation. We have a lot of content. We have a lot of discussions. Thank you very much. And lunch will be served. If you see the NCC staff outside, they'll guide you to where lunch is, which is nearby here. Thank you.
everybody tends to want to settle down a little bit. You know, there's a little bit of slowdown that happens, no doubt because of the hummus that we've all just ingested. It was great, by the way. I hope you had the hummus. So what we have to do as a PC is always try to find something that's going to make you wake up, right? Something that's going to get your blood moving, because you want people to go, I don't agree, I don't agree, I agree, or that's not right. So we've got some really interesting presentations coming up right now. For part of the morning, you've been subjected to listening to the theory of peering. You've been subjected to listening to people like myself. I apologize for all the math. But you've been listening to us talk about interconnections and what it looks like from a global perspective. So we've tried to narrow it down. And the next presentation is probably, and I shouldn't say this because I'm on the PC, but it's probably one of my favorite presentations, and that's including my presentation, right, in this year's agenda. And it's talking about peering and missed opportunities in the Middle East. Now, you've heard the rationale for why people should peer all of the morning. You've heard people talk about where they're peering, and you've heard people talk about what's happening from a global perspective. And everybody here knows, and I think you understand now, that this is something we should be doing. So we thought it would be a really good idea to give you a bird's eye view of what actually is happening in the region. So I'm talking too much, I'm going to be quiet now, and I'm going to introduce instead Johan van Bester from the RIPE NCC. And he's going to talk to you about the work that the NCC has been doing in mapping out missed peering opportunities in the Middle East. Johan.
Sorry. My name is Johan Terbeest. I'm from the RIPE NCC. I'm a software engineer on the RIPE Atlas platform, and I'm going to be explaining to you today how you can discover missed peering opportunities using RIPE Atlas, and specifically a tool called the Country IXP JEDI. First, a question. How many people here have heard about RIPE Atlas? That's pretty much everybody, so that's good. How many people here host a probe? That's also pretty good. Okay, then I'm not going to be wasting too much time on the introduction. So this is the coverage of the RIPE Atlas network. The green dots are the connected probes, and the yellow dots are currently the disconnected ones. As you can see, we have pretty good coverage throughout the world, at least in all the occupied places. Anywhere people live, we tend to have lots of probes. So this is an actual probe. It is essentially a TP-Link wireless router. It's connected only on wired. We do nowadays have wireless measurements, and will be done. So what can these probes do? So they perform built-in measurements toward the route name servers, meaning that every probe does ping and traceroute measurements towards the route name servers. So the A, B, C, K route, etc. You can also participate in user-defined measurements, meaning you can, if you're a member of RIPE Atlas, you can create your own measurements. What kind of measurements are we talking about here? You can do ping, traceroute, DNS, SSL, NTP, HTTP measurements. The measurements are done from the probe's perspective, and that is what makes RIPE Atlas unique. Instead of going from your computer to any location on the internet, you can actually tell our network to measure a particular location. So for instance, you could say, let's say that a website in Oman is not reachable from America. You can create a ping measurement or traceroute measurement from American probes to your website in Oman and see why it's not reaching your website. That's what makes Atlas unique. Sorry. Doing these measurements, you can use either the RIPE Atlas resolver, which in this case is the Google one, or if you want to be more accurate, you can use the probes resolver, which means that you get the resolver that your probes network gets, usually using DHCP. We also have RIPE Atlas anchors. An anchor is essentially a probe, except that it's in the form of a 1U server. It is intended for bigger networks and people that want to do more elaborate and extensive measurements. So what do the anchors do? Well, they essentially do anything a probe can do, but they have more capacity. They also participate in anchoring measurements. Anchoring measurements are a mesh measurement measuring every anchor to every other anchor. They do that using ping, traceroute, and HTTP measurements. The difference between an anchor and a probe is that you can have an anchor be a target for a measurement. Normally, probes cannot be targeted. You can only perform a measurement from a probe to a target, but anchors can be also the destination of a measurement. This year we have a new initiative. We have sponsored anchors. 15 anchors will be sponsored in 2017. We have already, I think, 5 confirmed applications and many more are in the pipeline. We have some criteria for that if you want to sponsor, get a sponsored anchor. We would like to have them located in areas with little or no coverage. We prefer not-for-profit organizations. It's hard to explain that, you know, a commercial company does not have 800 euros to put an anchor in their network. And we would prefer them located within the RIPE NCC service area. That is not really a hard criterion. If somebody has an interesting location outside of the service area, they can still apply. Applications are done using this link. You can find it in my slides. The only thing you need to do is leave a comment that you would like a sponsored anchor. So that was the introduction. I hope that it's clear what RIPE Atlas does. So now we're going to look at actually discovering the peering opportunities. We're using a tool called Country IXP JEDI, which is a tool that my colleague wrote. And it's essentially using RIPE Atlas to perform measurements to find out peering. So how does it look like? A good example is this one. We're using Sweden because Sweden has a very well-established network. What you see here are the connections between the different ASs. So it's essentially, this is a matrix. So you have all the ASs on the top and all the ASs on the left. And that's the traffic that goes through there that we see using measurements that we create using RIPE Atlas. So what we do is we take all the probes within Sweden in this particular case, and we essentially create a mesh network where all the probes in Sweden measure all the other probes in Sweden. And then we look at what the traffic does. So what you would like to see here is a nice green matrix. If it's green, it means that all the traffic goes through an IXP and stays within the country. If it is orange, yellow, orange, that means that it does go, let's see, what was it again? It does not go through an IXP. I always forget what the colors are. And it does not go out of, it doesn't go through an IXP, but it does stay within the country. Blue doesn't happen a lot, and red means it doesn't go through an IXP and it leaves the country. So that's your worst case scenario. Sweden already looks pretty good, but it's a Scandinavian country. So if we add to that Sweden, we also add Oslo and Copenhagen, we see that it's almost all green. Everything, pretty much everything stays within the region. If you compare that, unfortunately, to the Middle East, this is what it looks like. So this is the full Middle East JEDI. This includes Turkey and Iran. As you can see, there are a lot of ASs, and that makes my talk a little bit difficult. So for the remainder of the talk, we're going to focus only on the 12 Arab countries. So we're excluding Iran and we're excluding Turkey. So we're getting a little bit easier to read matrix. But as you see, it looks pretty much the same. There's still a lot of red in there. Now, one of the things is that my colleague Hisham, he gave this presentation or a similar one roughly 4 months ago. And 4 months ago, this graph was a lot more red. So a lot of people have actually taken his talk to heart and made improvements in their peering. A lot of red has actually disappeared. So that is very good news. Also, I'd like to be very clear. I'm going to show you some examples of missed peering opportunities. This is not meant to be shaming of those networks and saying, hey, look at you, you're doing a bad job. This is simply to point out to those networks, you have an opportunity to improve, and we present to you a tool that you can use to make those improvements. One of the things that you can do if you look at the Middle East JEDI is if you hover over one of the squares, you can click on it and then you can see the full traceroute result. And that's what we're going to look at in the remainder of the talk. Another thing that you can do with the country IXP JEDI is show the traceroutes on a map. In this particular case, this is powered by OpenIPMap. And I only showed the IPv6 traceroute here, and the reason for that is that there are not that many probes using IPv6. So this looks a little bit nicer on a map. IPv4 is a little bit too much information. But here you can see that many traceroutes actually go to Europe, and if you follow the line on the left, that line goes to the States, mostly to New York or California. The AS graph, so these are all the ASs and how they are connected to each other. This is all available on the tool. So now we're going to go to some examples. So Omantel to IDM, so from an Oman network to a Lebanese network. And you can see there that it transfers through Amsterdam. And of course, that's really not what you would want. I don't know what cat C-bone is, where those go. We don't have information, but I know Ojiro is already Lebanon again, so that is good. If you look at it the other way around, so we're going from IDM to Omantel, you see that we're going through Marseille. We're not going through Amsterdam. The paths are not symmetrical in this particular case, and that is something that you will see a lot, of course. Most of the time, the return path is not the same. Another example is going from STC to Omantel. Again, we're going through Marseille from source to destination, and if we're taking it the other way around from Omantel to STC, we're seeing we're going to Amsterdam again. Now, Hisham told me that Omantel has a hub in Amsterdam, so that makes sense that you always see Amsterdam with them. Yet another example, we're going from Batelco to IDM. And again, we're going through Marseille, and we're also going to London. And the return path, we're going through Marseille again. Now, because I always said paths are not always symmetrical, so sometimes what you see, if you go using the tool, is that if we go from STC to Ooredoo, and then AS42298, we see that on the return path we go through London. But if we're going from Ooredoo to STC, we're actually staying within the country. So that path, the return path, actually stays within the country. So this is how you can use that tool to create these results. So the tool itself, the country IXP JEDI, is not an integral part of Atlas. It is a separate tool. You can download it on GitHub. It's open source. You can install it on your own computer, and then you can run these kind of measurements. So let's say that you want to do something only for your own country, then it is simple to set up. You can create your own. If anybody needs any help with that, then they can contact me. My email is at the end of this slide deck, and I'll be happy to help anybody set up measurements if they want to know how to use this tool properly. There are a few things that are changed in RIPE Atlas. We, of course, improve the system almost every week. And one of the new tools that was recently introduced is called TraceMon, which is another visualization for traceroutes. This is what it looks like. As you can see, it goes from the sources to the destination, and it tries to visualize how those paths actually go. You can hover over all the nodes. You can get extra information on them and see which AS they belong to, who is the owner of that AS. You get PeeringDB information. We integrate with PeeringDB for this particular tool. It has routing information, BGPlay links, the who's database, the RIPE database. All of that stuff is integrated in this tool. It's really nice. It is brand new. It was only deployed literally less than a week ago. And you can see it on any traceroute. So any user-defined traceroute that you make yourself, there's a tab for TraceMon, and you can check out this tool. For instance, this is some of the resource info that is available using the tool. TraceMon is also the back end for the new upcoming OpenIP map. I showed you OpenIP map earlier. And the new version that we're going to have is an updated one. The current one is essentially a prototype. The new version will use TraceMon for all the back-end logic on how trace routes work. The new OpenIP map, the new beta version, will go live during the RIPE meeting, so only in a few weeks. That was it for me. Are there any questions? No questions.
So while everyone's trying to find out, while they're getting over the shock of all the red, I should have pointed out that when we said we want you to get excited after lunch, I meant your blood get excited. You don't want to see red on the screen. Johan, I have some questions. Thank you, that was very interesting. To me it seems obvious, right? To me it seems obvious that if you want to start having more green, it seems to me that we're going to need more domestic internet exchange points. By that I mean exchange points inside each country. And then we're going to need more exchange points that are going to allow more interconnections between different countries.
Yes.
I think STC and Oman next to each other, so it seems rational to me that trace routes should be, well, faster than having to go through France IX, for example. Have you guys done any analysis? Now this is great from a technical perspective. Have you done any analysis of cost of all of this? So what it would cost in terms of, say, the average price of, and I hate using the term, but say an STM1, for example?
No, we don't. I would assume that it would be cheaper, but honestly, I don't know. We don't go into that. One thing you can see, though, on this particular AS graph is that only one of the exchanges is visible. So only the Dubai Internet Exchange, we have traffic going through there. None of the other exchanges actually connect to the networks that our probes are connected in, at least not for the ones that we used for this particular measurement. So yeah, we definitely need a lot more internet exchange points, that's for sure.
Okay, I have more questions, but I see the microphones are filling up. Name and affiliation, please.
Yeah, hi, Johan. Elvis Velavi, Forest Grow. Just a quick question. Any idea how many of these local internet exchanges are in the region and connect the west coast of Europe and back in order to connect two countries that are neighbors in this region?
Yes, I totally agree. I think there are something like 5 or 6, maybe Hisham knows the exact number of internet exchanges here, not that many. You can use PeeringDB to find out who they peer with. If they have their information updated, it will be there. You could even use the TraceMon visualization because that also includes the PeeringDB information. So if you have a trace route that goes through a particular IXP, you can look at the TraceMon visualization, you can see the IXP, click on it, and you can see their peering information. Good.
Thanks, Johan.
Yep, Hisham Ibrahim. Thank you for the talk. RIPE NCC, thank you for the talk, Johan. I just wanted to touch on some of the stuff that you mentioned and also Elvis's question. Unfortunately, while we do have several exchange points in this part of the world, I think with the exception of UAE-IX, there aren't other cables from other countries or other providers from other countries peering at those exchanges, and I think that's why you're seeing what you're seeing.
Sorry to interject, but that's why when you do the full one, including Turkey and Iran, you do see that.
Yep.
That's why you get so many more ASs as well.
Yes, yep. and I think that's also some from policy or from other to see if there are certain things. I mean, I know for a fact that there's certain legislation sometimes that prevents something like this. I know for a fact that maybe it's people are looking at their domestic market and not thinking in a regional perspective, even though everybody is now trying to think outside of their country because a lot of the markets are kind of saturated and they want to seek new customers. We've seen working examples at all the exchanges in Europe, so there's no no reason why we wouldn't have something like this. Second thing, really quickly, I wanted to point out, as you mentioned as well, that when we presented this a couple months ago, a lot of the operators took this information and actually went back and fixed stuff. I can mention Omantel and Do. At the time, they weren't. They went back and fixed this. And that's the nice thing about this tool. Now, for us to be able to do this stuff, you have to host the probes. We have a lot of probes to give out. That's the end user perspective. But also, we want anchors in the region. I think now the count is 4 or 5 in all of the Middle East. Yeah. It used to be 1 last year. So we got people excited about this. But the more people that see the use in this and deploy them on their networks, the better measurements we can actually do and help you, like Johan said, without shaming or naming anybody, but helping identify where these gaps are that just might be overlooked. Yes. Thank you.
And one thing to point out, like Hisham already mentioned, is that we depend on probes for these measurements. So if we don't have a probe in a particular AS, or we have a probe that is down in that AS, we don't have accurate information in this tool either. So the more people will host probes here, the better our tool will become. So that's why I have probes with me. So anybody that says, like, this sounds interesting and I would like one, please come see me and I'll give you a probe, no problem.
So before we take the next question, I have to ask, is there value in doing some sort of time series data analysis of all of this information? You've got the situation, as Hisham's put it, about 4 months ago, and as you said, there was a lot of red. Now there's not so much red, but still lots. Is it valuable in doing this on a regular basis? Is this something that you'd like to see happen? Who wants to see that map change over time?
I can answer that question right now. You don't even have to ask. We do this on a regular basis. This particular one is run every month. So if you go to the country IXP JEDI on GitHub, you can see, I can send you the links also, but we have a version for every month, so you can compare from month to month how the situation improves. I know that one of my colleagues is working on actual analysis of that data, so at some point we'll probably have an updated version that can actually show this is what it was last month and now, this is what it looks now.
So effectively we're looking at seeing more orange and yellow, hopefully at the next MENOG when it comes
hopefully
out.
More green. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Bernd from DKIX and UAEX. My job is to work with the members and their configurations at UAEX, so I have more or less the same questions on the table to go through. And what I would like to highlight that you even find passes over Europe from members which are both physically interconnected at UAEX, for example. And I think what is true for most of the large carrier networks is beside maybe the peering at UAEX, they are also peered, of course, at the major IXPs in Europe, so London, Amsterdam, Frankfurt. And what is missing is technically the differentiation where to primarily route the traffic. So I think there is, in some cases, a misunderstanding of the concepts that BGP doesn't know anything about distance in kilometers. So if you put all the local pref and the metric on the same value, at the end your tiebreaker is the timestamp of the session itself and not the few kilometers away UAEX. So it would be good to have a look at this topic too, to ensure that the pass is really done next to you and not 1,000 kilometers away. Away just because of the missing implementation of the right metric settings.
Yes, absolutely true.
Thanks, Bernd. And that's a good point. And it ties back to what Paul said earlier on this morning when he spoke about the RIPE NCC and the need for more capacity building. So that to me. So next up, to get you all excited, we've got a panel session, and they're going to dance on stage. I'm kidding, they're not. We've got a panel session, and the panel session is called Content and Peering in the Middle East, and it's going to be headed up by Marco Brandstad. Is that right? Close enough. So you've often heard that content is the thing that drives. Give you a spin on it, speaking to some of the different content operators that are going to come up in the Middle East. He's going to introduce all of them, so I won't. So I'm going to hand over to Marco and let him do the work. Marco, thank you.
Mr. Reminder. Can you give me the mic then for the panelists? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, I want to please ask all the panelists to come to the stage because we agreed that everybody will introduce himself and say a few words. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, perfect. All are coming. Yeah, as Nisha said, I'm Marco from DKIX and UAE Internet Exchange. I'm doing the business development for these exchanges, especially for UAE Exchange here in the region for a couple of years. And yeah, it's a big honor for me to have a very nice panel about content in the region, content peering, operators. And as it's Middle East, everything is last minute. So we have some people here who have said today, just 5 minutes ago, yes, I will come to the panel because somebody other dropped out. And so I will hand over to the introduction round. So let's start with Willie George from Omantel.
Hi, I'm Willie. I work for the wholesale BU within Omantel, and I'm responsible for building our international network.
Hi, my name is Sam. I work as Partner Engagement Manager for Netflix. I provide engagement for ISPs that want to interconnect with us and receive our caching product in the Middle East, the Mediterranean Basin, and Southern Europe.
Hi, I'm Adrian Bloom. I work at NBC and I'm the platforms manager for our digital stuff, so I work on Shahid and the other products.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I introduced myself this morning, but I will do it again. I'm Thomas Vormer. I'm responsible for peering and interconnection for Google in EMEA with hands-on responsibilities for this region, Middle East and the Gulf.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Mohammad Yahya. I'm representing Etisalat. I'm the product manager for the transit network as well as I handle MX Smart Hub IX.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Bassam Al-Drawish as a Data Network Operation Senior Manager in Integrated Telecom. So welcome for all.
So yeah, welcome all. Thank you for being on stage, for attending this panel. I think we have a very good mix of operators, of other exchange points as well. So we have 2 exchange points on stage here. We have big international content and we have local content here. And so everybody has a different stage of build out or different view of the build out in this region. And my first question goes to the international content guys who are operating here for a while now. Yeah, what is your state of rollout in the region? What is the state of peering, local content localization?
For us, you know, we started around a year and a half ago in the region and globally actually in all the countries where we didn't launch, and what we are doing the same that we did everywhere. We started by peering and addressing the majority of the traffic via public exchanges or private peering, and we are going to further localize into ISP network with our caching appliances. It's going well. We are progressing. Of course, there are obstacles that we are facing and we will face in the future, but everything is moving fast. Actually, we see a lot of uptake for our caches into the region. So a lot of the traffic is getting localized that way, and we hope to continue and to be able to do this in countries where we didn't do it yet to increase the QoE.
Sorry to interrupt at this point already. I have one question to clarify. When we talk about region, what region are we talking about? Are we talking about GCC? Are we talking about the whole Middle East? Are we talking about the broader GCC, or let's say the Gulf region, also including Pakistan and these countries?
I refer to the whole Middle East.
Okay. Thank you.
And part of Northern Africa as well.
Okay.
Thanks for the question, Marco. Maybe to answer your later question, I think I wouldn't really reason in terms of Middle East as is typically defined from, let's say, Turkey to Iran or maybe Pakistan. I think those are very different sub-regions that have different realities. Obviously, I think Turkey, the Caucasus have their own dynamics connecting to Europe using many different ways. On terrestrial or even submarine through the Black Sea. I think countries that have access would view them more as Mediterranean countries. So if I'm really thinking about this region, what Oman is part of, I would look at a kind of broad GCC kind of region with the Arabic Peninsula essentially. That's how I would view at least this region through an interconnect lens. That being said, I think Google is not a stranger to this region. We have been working in this region, I think, with success and mutual benefit with all the parties for a long time now, many years. We have a successful caching program that is caching content all over the Arabic Peninsula with most operators. Probably all of them really, and we also have interconnections all over the world, in Europe and in Asia mostly for this part of the world. Plus for the past few years we have started peering with our own content and network presence in two locations in Smart Hub in the UAE as well as in Omantel here in Oman. Those have proven challenging in their own sense. I think it's not so easy to build cross-border interconnection in the region. It's not so cheap either, but I have a hope that this can go in the direction of progress and improvement over time.
One additional question to both of you. I don't know who can answer it, but what is the ratio between caching, internet exchange? How good is the content really localized, and how is it localized? Is it more on cache? Is it more on the exchange? Is it more on, or even how much traffic is still going through Europe?
I don't know if I can answer for both Netflix and Google, but at least from Google perspective, I think there's a lot of content consumption, internet content consumption in the whole region. I think people are very enthusiastic about the internet, the freedom it provides, and the content that's available there. That's very clear. Video is the main driver, and video, as most of you know, is heavily cacheable. So I would say the majority of the content is cached in region. This is usually an 80-20 rule about what content is cacheable. I think that applies very well in the region, and because the way licensing is made, there tends to be fewer networks in the Gulf countries, but very large networks. So in those types of configuration, it just makes sense to work with individual networks more than with aggregators of small networks. So again, the vast majority would be cached inside operators' networks that would host their own caches. I can let Samir comment for Netflix.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same for us. We see a lot of demand for our services. It's probably more, it's a bit different in the sense that we see a huge difference country by country based on local regulation and whatnot. So there are countries definitely in the Gulf that have much more embedded and cached traffic inside their network than others. The aim, of course, is to progress into doing that more and more.
Question to the operators. So when it comes to content or traffic localization, how you see the status? I don't know who wants to start. I hope I will get an answer from all of you.
From the traffic localization point of view, this has been the first and a very challenging job for the operators from the eyeball network side. Having said that, we have to take care of our customer expectation in our stride when riding over the cable cuts. Okay, so in this sense, the content ratio, localization helped immensely. And we are having caches, okay, of the Google and others to just to safeguard ourselves.
Hi. So in our own case, we see it in line with what both Thomas and Samir were saying, right? So it's typically 70 to 80% from the caches. But the way we normally do it is we set up PNIs with the large CDNs, internationally at the exchanges, either in Amsterdam or Frankfurt or in some cases even Marseille. So in addition to Google and Netflix, we also have caches from Facebook. And we see that the content localization is typically between 70 to 80% from the local caches, and then the overflow typically comes from the PNIs that we set up with them, at the IXS, right? And in some cases, due to certain capacity, we may even see some overflow that comes from the IP transit that we have. So typically 70 to 80%.
So it's sorry. But when you say 70 to 80%, you're talking about the big international content available. Do you have also
So see, our own strategy has been not just to keep it regional, but I think it was there in our presentation before, right? Where we said we kind of have 70% of our traffic come from non-IPT sources, right? So because we are building our own international network, our strategy has been to go and connect to the source, as close to the source as possible. And this is primarily because we have our own backbone extended to multiple places, right? So we have a combination of both as 70%. So it's not 70% just from Oman. Okay. Right.
I'm in line with my colleague from Omantel. Etisalat is having a bit above the ratio, like 85% of the traffic of, we are speaking about terabytes of traffic, which comes from direct PNIs and localization, okay, coin combination. So we have very small amount of traffic that goes to the transit, and our intention has always been to go to the source directly. So within our network, we have taken a lot of pain and built up the network from the redundancy, resiliency, and connectivity point of view, so the customer enjoys the best traffic and connectivity continued.
Maybe from our side as ITC in Saudi Arabia, we have some content. One of the main content, maybe the Google nodes already, we have it in our side. And also now still we are working like Facebook. There is a communication now with Facebook, so maybe also they will have our device inside our network. So we hope that it will be done, and inshallah it will be better for also for our customers in the region.
Bassam, I have a second question. I know you do local peering now for a while, so really peering also on exchanges. So, and how was internet exchange? No, I mean in the GCC, you're in particular you're connected to UA Exchange. That's why I'm asking you how you see the effect on your on localizing the content from there. How was this? Did this affect also your way of interconnection?
In Emirates.
Yeah, in the UAE. Yeah.
UAE. Yes, that's what we now already that has been connected for a long time with IE. So really, there is a good benefits, and we have a good benefits from our customers that the connection like Akamai and the others, they are already is existing in UAE IX. So we find this is really good for us and for our customers. So also now in future now in Saudi Arabia they will start to work on national IX. It's also under the government, and we hope that project will be finished as soon, because the main problem in our country in Saudi Arabia, there is a big player. It's called STC. I think they all know it. So more, I think, than 70% is of the customers in Saudi Arabia with STC, sorry. So they are trying to stop this project or not to fly. But we hope that, inshallah, as soon as possible, when this IX in Saudi Arabia, it will be all the players or the DSPs and ISPs in Saudi Arabia will be connect on this exchange. So it will be a very good chance for us as a smaller player in the region. And we hope that it will be done as soon as possible.
So really to localize your traffic even more, to have it inside the country, to have the national IXP.
Yeah, that's what we need, because now when you see, as you see the example before, when you see the trace route, it's always, we have a connection to STC or Mobile or Zain in Saudi Arabia. So this is very bad. Really, we should work together and to have this opportunity for all our companies.
To the statistics or to the graphics we have seen before. But before we come to that, I want to involve Adrian in the discussion. We know each other now also for a while. I know your content is very famous in the region, but it's not hosted here. So maybe you want to talk a little bit about your plans, what you're going to do, and what is your situation with the content.
Well, it's been a bit of a journey, I think. Shahid was one of the first video streaming sites in the Middle East. And it was a steep learning curve for a broadcaster, because what we were used to, of course, is just beaming up to a satellite and then you reach everybody on our dish. And as soon as you get it to the satellite, you're done. If you then start building out your digital properties, you bring in people who are very used to building apps and sites and interfaces, but are not at all used to having to deal with all of the complexities of getting this actually to the end user. And I think everybody who came from outside of the region and started thinking it through here, how do you get high quality streaming video? You have to start understanding how the networks are connected. You have to start understanding how the cables are running. And that's not something that came natural to any of our people on the broadcast side or on the digital side. So I think for a very long time, our attitude to a very large extent has been, we're building a site. We have a lot of great video. We have an incredible catalog of online assets. There's currently about 150,000 different videos that we can stream. And then we go to the CDNs and sort of throw it over the wall and ask them to get it to the end users. There's various issues with that, not just that it's expensive, but also that you completely lose control of how good the streaming actually is going to be. So we have to strike a balance between doing things in an economical sense. We don't have huge teams to work on these things. But of course, if I look at what Netflix is doing, what Google is doing, what Facebook is doing, I want to do the same thing, because that's the only way that we can effectively get our streaming video to our audience at high bit rates in HD quality, which is becoming now the norm of what people expect from a streaming site. And it's an incredibly challenging environment. So I think we've been talking internally and with you and other people about how to go about this. It's hard if you only have this region to serve the majority of your traffic, to make a business case for actually doing something so custom. Because if we're talking about peering, then of course this makes great sense between networks. In our case, we have to first build something you can peer with. We don't currently have that. So I think the most reasonable thing for us to start with is to start looking at exchanges, where it makes sense, where there's enough traffic for us to make a business case for having our own caching servers there. I don't think in the short term we'll be able to pull off caching nodes with all of the different ISPs like you guys are doing. I would love to do that, but it's hard at our scale to make the case for it. But this year is really sort of the flipping that we would love to work with. But it's always a bit discouraging if you see the routing tables and you see how the traffic moves between the different countries here. I think it's I've become used to it, but it's still very, very strange that the largest broadcaster in the Middle East runs all of the digital properties from Germany, because we have everything on Amazon instances there. And that shouldn't be necessary, but we're forced to do it this way.
I hear what you're saying, and I also hear that you say, okay, peering will be the first step for you to distribute your content. And okay, we know in the long term, Netflix, Google will have everything, or let's say the majority is already on caching inside the ISPs. But I think for you, the next step after being on one exchange in the Middle East should be to be on all national exchanges, which will be hopefully there in the future. Is this some kind of a rollout plan you're heading for?
To focus on the exchanges, which makes sense if there's multiple parties that have good short connections there. Of course, with streaming video, we mostly want to have the shortest path and the least interference to the end user. Another tack would be to actually start looking at the largest ISPs and do on-net caching, because, and especially on the digital distribution side, if there's distribution deals with specific ISPs, and of course the immediate next question is, can we get a better quality of Shahid on our network? But again, exchanges make more sense, because for us on a smaller scale, if you have a few caching nodes, it's just really expensive to build them. So it only makes economic sense for us to do this if any given network, on average, would take more than 10 gigabit of our traffic. Otherwise, we can't really make the numbers work.
So, if I would have a personal wish, my wish would be that companies like you come here to MENOG in a few years, go up on the stage when we have the peering intros, stay there, say your AS number and say, okay, we are connected to UA Exchange, to Smart Hub IX, to Palestine IX, Beirut IX, or how it ever will be named in future. So this would be a great thing. Or Oman Internet Exchange, whatever will be, or also Riyadh Internet Exchange. This would be a nice wish, I would say. But coming to back to some issues we still see here. I mean, I'm very positive in the meanwhile, by the way, about what is happening in the MENOG region. It's and when I say MENOG region, I also mean GCC++, so GCC, Iraq. I also include Pakistan. I see Pakistan connects here and so on. So, but I would say Lebanon and especially Turkey is another story. It's another story by itself, and Iran is also another story at the moment, maybe. But so this is why I'm also referring, like Thomas, more to the GCC or what it's around it. I'm more positive than a few years ago. We see a lot of internet exchange initiatives, but we also see a few problems we saw over years. And one of the problems you were mentioning when you said, when you named STC, I see a big mentality problem. I would say it's a mentality of everybody wants to be the biggest, everybody wants to be the number one. And this is not how collaboration can work. So, but I want to ask in the round, how what feeling you have about it? Do you see developments in it? Do you see things are changing, or are you positive about it? Are you negative about it? What do you feel, and what do you think could be done and should be changed? Difficult question, yeah.
Let me just randomly pitch in. And I think to a lot of the people working in NBC, it's not just about that this is a cool media company. There's a lot of idealism there as well. And I've noticed that, for instance, in our tech team, there's also a certain amount of idealism that if we can help the exchanges to have actual traffic and make it attractive for people to connect there, and make ISPs connect and have better interconnection as well, everybody actually benefits from this in the region. And there's a strong sense amongst the techies that this would be exactly the kind of thing that we as a company would like to support.
My personal view is that the region specifically is still at the very beginning. So things are moving faster in some countries, they're moving slower in other countries, and that is just due to the fact that telecommunication is changing. We have in more content, less traditional telecommunication services. It's different than it was a few years ago. And this happened in other places around the world maybe earlier. It's happening here now, and everybody has his own time to adjust. And for everybody, I mean every organization. And you know, some organizations are more easy on the change because they may be smaller and more agile, and other organizations are not that agile, so they will take their time to get there. But I think keeping trying to do this will help overall the region itself.
So I think there is a lot of progress going in the right direction. It used to be that all the packets in and out of the region would transit through Amsterdam or Frankfurt, and now they transit through Marseille. So, no, jokes aside, I think we talked a little bit about interconnection inside the region. I think there are some hard facts also that make it slower or less compelling in this region than in maybe other regions. I think, and I touched upon this in the beginning, I think the sheer amount of networks is not necessarily that huge compared to other places. If I look at a random country in Europe, Poland, I look at even individual AS numbers that I can peer traffic with, I will have literally thousands of networks. It's a lot. If I go to a country in the Gulf, even a gigantic country with a lot of internet usage, like Saudi Arabia, it will more be like 100 or in the 100 scale. So less networks mean mechanically less interconnection. And then if you look at each individual network's willingness or not to interconnect, at the end of the day, as I said earlier, deciding to build your own interconnection is kind of a make or buy decision. And so you can make that case either based on value or cost. Value is not very straightforward when it comes to internet because most providers just sell bulk internet access, so the value is not huge. It may come from the other end of the value chain as cloud providers like you mentioned Amazon or other cloud platforms might decide to build in the region. That could be a development. But the value equation in internet peering is not so straightforward. Cost is much more straightforward, and it's not easy in this region. Most of the international infrastructure, even sometimes domestic, are controlled by a handful of parties. That makes the cost high, and therefore the willingness of making versus buying not great.
So we have seen that, and I know a lot of examples that traffic between operators, which are, let's say, the one is in Saudi, the other is in Qatar, or the other one is in Kuwait, the other is in, let's say, Bahrain, to say random examples, that the traffic is flowing through Europe, or sometimes we have seen even one example where the traffic from Jeddah to Dubai is going one time around the world. So you say, or I want to ask you the question, do you see a value if these people connect to each other really local, or you say it just doesn't matter?
Well, I think it's up to the individual networks to reply, right? But if I put myself in any given network shoes, I will look at my main sources of traffic, and those are the ones I want to interconnect with. The long tail typically is not that huge, unless for some random peer-to-peer traffic. I doubt there is that many bits going from a household in Qatar to another household in the Gulf.
I want to hear at least from one operator in some place.
Well, the content colleagues have already mentioned their point of view. It's work in progress. Okay, there has been a beginning. Okay, which hat are you wearing? And which point of view you are looking at the network? Okay, for us as a carrier, okay, we have two dual role. One, to satisfy the customer, and second, to satisfy the shareholders. So we have very, very thin margin to walk upon.
I think also in the Gulf region, the other reason that they are saying, okay, if we are connecting to like Marsilia or IX, anybody in Europe, he's in mind, he say, okay, I will find a big benefit for me. Because he's just seeing his customer. He don't think the other customer and the other company. He say, from my side, I'm connecting. It's too much? Okay. So from his side, he's saying, just I will connect to like Europe, one of the big nodes in the Europe. So I will be connected for all the world. I don't worry about some of customers in Qatar or some of connection in Emirates. It's not too big much like than the other world. So he's thinking like that. It's a bad way, I know, but the big player, they are thinking like that. So they will be always the main companies thinking, okay, I will go with the big player, sit with them, he's already have X connect outside, so I'll be in the good connection. So I think this is one of the main concerns.
So,
I made that point earlier, but you have a huge media company running these things from Germany because we can't get this kind of interconnection. We would love to do these things from the region where we are actually at. And that's really the kind of thing where you see that it does matter, because if you look at a Google, it comes from the outside the region. If you look at Netflix, most of the content is coming out from outside the region. These are basically the endpoints of their infrastructure. To us, this should be the central hub for our infrastructure, and we can't do this right now. And I think that a lot of things that would have been possible, could have started growing here, are currently just not going to be there. And this is not something where direct competition between telcos makes a lot of sense, and that kind of shielding off the different networks from each other, because everybody could literally make money out of this, and we would much rather spend it in the region than outside of it.
Yeah, see, as Omantel, we are quite open to interconnecting with other folks, and this is reflected in our history as well. We went to the first IX, in Europe in 2010, and as you know, we are also, trying to get a connection up in UAE IX as well. So, with regards to content staying local within the region, if you look at our interconnections, we already interconnect with both the other ISPs in Oman. In addition, we connect to Etisalat, Du, Viva, not STC in Saudi Arabia, but now this is not through an internet exchange, but through direct agreements that we have with them. But if we have an opportunity to connect at an internet exchange, then we are open to it. Look, the way we look at it is, if you go to an exchange, it's also a business opportunity for us, right? Because just because you go to an exchange doesn't mean you give everything for free, right? It's an option for you to sell IP transit as well. So the way we look at it is, if there is an IX and we can, be present there and we can do business there, we're all for it.
Well, the IP transit selling point is a good point, by the way. I can refer later on, but I want to give a feedback to what you have said. I think it's pretty much done for the big content networks. I think Google, Netflix, and don't take me wrong, I don't think you have any issue I mean, of course, you have issues in the region. It's tough. Every region is different. You have to adapt, but you do this worldwide, so you know how to handle it. You know how to handle South America. You know how to handle Africa. You know all these regions in Asia. So GCC is just another one with its own specialties, and I think you're doing a pretty good job, and especially with the tools you have, the caching and everything. You have the right tools to do it. But I like the MBC case. I like this case because it shows a lot that because of this missing interconnection between all the operators, because of what we have seen on this JEDI map, this traffic is coming from Germany. I mean, I'm coming from Austria, I'm not coming from Germany. I don't care what the Germans do, but if it could come from Austria, I might like it. But you know what I mean? At the end, it's wrong. And the answer you said with Marseille, by the way, is also the answer DKIX did.
A very simple one is that this morning I flew here from Dubai. It's a 1-hour flight. I did not go through Frankfurt.
Really? And not through Marseille?
Marseille, I don't know.
So I think if we go back to the question you asked, Marco, about the value of all this, I think if the question we are looking to answer is, do people in the GCC have access to 80% of the internet with a 80% satisfactory quality? I think the answer is yes. I think infrastructure here is high quality, throughputs are good, 4G is everywhere. People have access to high quality internet in the Gulf. Is there a missed opportunity in the sense of local interconnect and local hubs? Yes, those local interconnects and local hubs do not exist today, not in a very meaningful way anyways. And what is the missed opportunity for someone like Google? It is the ability to just go and build into one place and connect to a bunch of networks. Because we have the scale, this is not necessarily mandatory. We can work with a few parties and work our way fine. Not all parties have this kind of scale. And plus, what we have observed all around the world, and a very good example that comes to mind is, let's say, Singapore. If you are not so big in yourself, but you are open, and you create that kind of environment where every party comes, and any little company can start from scratch and connect to everyone, that's where you start to have network effect. I think the spot for being the Singapore of the Gulf is up for grabs. It doesn't exist yet. It could be a good business model to foster some growth and some different business development. So if there's any forward or progressive-looking policymaker in the room, that's a hint.
Also, I have something maybe because now Google and Netflix with us. I think in GCC, my advisor to this big content to talk directly with the government level. Because there is like a government level like CITC or whatever, the authority in each country like Saudi Arabia or Emirates or Qatar, because if they can talk directly and approve for them the benefit and the good way that when we use this IX in each region and we can contact all these regions together also in one IX as a GCC, I think this, if it's come from government, it can be done. But through the companies, every company just is thinking by himself. So this is the bad thing I don't know about the other country, but that's what happened in our country. So if it's come by force, I think this, not like force, I mean it's come from your side to the government, then the government will improve that this need to be done in this region, so they will start with the other companies one by one to force them to be under this IX.
Well, so my experience is that this would come, yes, through government or regulatory intervention, but not necessarily by force, more through the forces of the market, that people come together because the environment is friendly or open to do business. So if we go back to the example of Singapore, for example, what they have done there is, for example, enforce non-discriminatory access to essential infrastructure, like cables or landing stations. I think those can create the kind of environment that then brings people together in a given place, and I think it has been quite successful, and it has even encouraged the whole region to grow, as we have seen this morning with the examples of Indonesia. It used to be that Indonesia was all transiting Singapore. I think it's less true now.
Well, I also think that force is the wrong thing to build an internet exchange, but yeah. The force of the market.
I'm not meaning force by force. I mean what they prove for the government. What is the benefit? What is the disadvantage? What is the advantage? You will save your capacity. All your network is not going outside like that. Yeah. But talking with the government, when they will have this and they trust it, so they will start from their side to say for the companies, yes, let us work on this. And it will be start from the government. That's what I mean. The other point. Also in our region, what I see, every country, if you go, and also this another, when I see outside, no, there is a fair competitor. The problem in our GCC, there is no fair competitor. And really this is another point. You will see it in Saudi Arabia, one of the companies is 70, the other is 30. Also if you go to Emirates, one is taking more than 670 or 80. In Qatar, that's the company is under the government, it's dominate everything, and the others just trying to eat something of this business.
Well, I wouldn't say this is a very GCC specific thing. I come from Austria, and I can tell you Telekom Austria had 80% of the market share. And it's an open market share, and they are sold to a Mexican company now, and the Austrian government looks like, huh? So, it's not specific. But when we talk about initiatives, I mean, I think then what you're talking about is less force them, it's more about making the mindset for building exchanges. I think we saw a lot of development here already in the region. I know there was a tender for building an internet exchange in Qatar. There was a tender for Bahrain. I heard there are initiatives to build something in Oman. I know Saudi Telecom wants to build JEDIX as an internet exchange, or maybe some kind of, we will see. I know you're working on the internet exchange in Riyadh, so I think the awareness is more or less there to build internet exchanges in the region. The question is what we all make out of it, because if I think about, and this is the point I wanted to highlight, we look at the JEDI thing, and I know that, and Bernd also mentioned it before in his comment, that we know there are connections, sometimes they're not even used. Sometimes it's just a lack of knowledge, but sometimes I also experience companies who say, we appear in the region. I mean, Omantel is by definition a good example. Your company is definitely a good example where I know from. Other companies are as well very good examples, but we also experience companies who say, no, I will never appear with anybody from the region. I will appear with everybody else. But from the region, we have an open peering policy in Frankfurt, but restrictive peering policy in the UAE. A Saudi company saying that, for instance. So, and I think there we have to do a lot of work. And I wonder how the operators see that. I mean, you have different perspectives. What you would tell your colleagues to overcome that, if there is something, also from your experience.
Marco, as I mentioned earlier, okay, this is where you see things by wearing what kind of hat. Okay. But having said that, what Thomas has mentioned and what others has mentioned, we have appearing in place. Okay, like George has mentioned, we are appearing almost all operators in the region. Okay, being a dominant player in the market, we appear with our competitor next door. Okay, so our intention at Etisalat is to make the traffic localized, keep it local, and it's paying. We have a regional policy where we pair with everyone. We have local policy, and there are some stuff that we have to take care from the revenue point of view. So the moment that we negotiate or compromise on that, and we cease to exit. So this is something that we have a challenge, and we are working on this one. And there have been a lot of development which everybody from the big content players, Thomas has agreed, okay, Isam has agreed. So there will be a time the change will see a practical light. Okay, for that change, the ball has started rolling, so you have to have some little patience, okay, to see this light.
So I think we need to differentiate between interconnecting, or peering and actually selling IPT, right? So I think you have to look at it on a case-by-case basis, right? So even if you have an internet exchange, it doesn't necessarily mean that you give or you connect to everybody for free, right? So we have operators that we peer with, and then we have operators that we sell IPT to, right? So even if an internet exchange comes locally, that's really not going to change, right? I mean, that's something that has to be, worked out. I mean, as my colleague from Etisalat has mentioned, right? I mean, there's also so I think there was a consultation that was done by TRA in Oman, right, to look at the feasibility of doing an internet exchange, right? And we all contributed to that paper. But I think, as Thomas mentioned, if you look at the number of ASNs that are present in a country, I don't think we have more than 20, right, in Oman, right? So it really begs the question, does Oman need an internet exchange for, local traffic, right? So you need to have a viable strategy for that as well, right, for setting it up. So.
Okay. To close that topic, I want to mention that I don't think that anybody on this stage has a bad strategy for peering or these kind of things. Just to outline that, I know you're operating your own exchange, so I think, and I saw the development, so I think this improved a lot over time. I mean, I know from this region I started 6 years ago here. Things were definitely very, very different, and a lot of people not even thought about peering in the meantime. And that's what I wanted to say before with the positive thing. Everybody thinking about it, which doesn't mean it will make sense everywhere maybe, but at least everybody is thinking about it, and this is already some big change of the picture. And mentioning the 20 AS numbers in Oman, I just think about UAE. We have, I don't know how many AS numbers, 60, 70 in the meantime, I don't know. Why I don't know? Because they're not allowed to peer. Because they are not allowed to peer. Why? Because we have filtering in place. So the number of peers from the region itself is again limited by, think about Saudi Arabia, if you think about international peering, we are talking about 4 potential peers. So this of course is a limiting factor to the region, but still, and there is the point where I want to outline what Thomas said. Think about Singapore. Singapore is not a huge market. But Singapore is one of the major hubs in Southeastern Asia, so, or in the world even. So Singapore is one of the places you want to be if you want to do a worldwide rollout. And just think about how many Middle Eastern networks have a POP in Singapore. I mean, yeah, almost everybody has one. And so the question is, if you think about the location here, and here coming back to the airport scenario, Dubai is a big airport hub. It's one of the biggest hubs in the world. So obviously this region has a hub function, ever had. So it should be the same for internet. And I want to have one last question before we come to the closing round. We have a lot of questions here. Okay, sorry, from the audience. So let's have some questions from the audience.
Saleh.
Hello. Yes. Thanks, Marco, and thanks for the panel. Very interesting. I'm Saleh Mansour from PIX, Palestine Internet Exchange Point. My question is for Shahed.net or MBC. You know, we had a long debate and discussions and work with some technical team from MBC from really, if I can remember, 1.5 or 2 years from now, discussing the opportunity of having Shahed.net or MBC servers hosted at PIX, and we are ready as also as a technical to help your team, or not help, or even to discuss if we can help, because this is the only, maybe we can say, the only significant local content that we should all care about, and all ISPs, all internet service providers in Palestine, even in Jordan, ask me, Saleh, because I am the community, please before Ramadan, please, we need Shahed.net before Ramadan. So when I return back to my office, I open the email and start talking with the technical from MBC, any updates, and we are ready if you want anything from us. So what are the barriers? We had all the technical knowledge, even if we can work together to improve this local Arabic content. Thank you.
The barrier is mostly that, like I said, we need to more or less productize something that you can peer with before we can do actual peering. Over the past few years, we've every year made great steps in improving the video delivery that we do across the Middle East. Last year we made a huge impact on several countries in the region because we changed bit rates. Something as simple as that can have huge impact. But it also means that we look at the bit rates, we look at the streaming formats, we look at the kind of DRM that we can use, we look at how we can do the ad stitching in our video, and so on and so on. And we want to have a look at how we can actually bring this closer to the end user and use exchanges to do this. So the ambition is there, but we don't have a couple of hundred people to actually work on it. We have a very active, very knowledgeable tech team in Jordan, but there's only so much you can do. But this is why we really have to take a pretty cautious approach and first start sort of with the low-hanging fruit of we can test high-volume traffic somewhere where there's a lot of connection, a lot of opportunity to actually see how this works and how we can tweak it to adapt to our kind of content. Because let's not forget, our kind of content is, on a technical level, also completely different than Google's or Netflix's. We're mostly ad-supported, and that brings its own challenges. So yes, the reason actually that this conversation with you, for instance, has been going on for quite a while is because all of us really want to work with you on this. So the enthusiasm is there, but we need to get over that first hurdle of how does this actually work in an effective way with our content coming from various services outside of the region, and how can we literally take those bytes into the region and then start spreading it out again. So it's a work in progress.
Jad was there first.
Yes, hello. My name is Jad Al-Sham, and I come from Lebanon. I'm the technical manager at Data Consult. I actually have a comment and a question for everyone in the panel, in addition to Nishal and Hisham, and maybe Johan as well. I would like to touch base a little bit on the relationship between content and peering. And when I think of it, the first analogy that comes to my mind is the chicken and the egg. So which come first, right? As part of my work for the last 8 years, we're a network solution provider. So we've been building backbones and core networks for ISPs, DSPs, mobile providers, service providers in Lebanon and the area. And when we try and go and ask them, why don't you do peering between each other? And I come from a country where peering wasn't that very, how can I say, popular. They say that, why do I need to peer with the others? Because let's face it, okay, these probes, the RIPE Atlas probes, they are really nice and we can do pings and traceroute and all of that. But the majority of the traffic going in and out of these countries, these are not local destinations. Because whether we like it or not, peer-to-peer applications isn't something very popular here in our area. And in fact, a lot of backbone providers and service providers, they actually kill the peer-to-peer protocols, like, for example, BitTorrents. It's also coming from a UC background, I know for a fact as well that a lot of media applications like VoIP calls and so on that are peer-to-peer in nature, they are also blocked in this country. And I think, Thomas, you mentioned that the video is the driving factor behind all the traffic nowadays, most of the traffic on our networks. And I do concur with this because I've seen it in my line of work. So here's my question for you. And it comes from a personal experience as well. Fadi here, my neighbor, he's one of the people who runs the Beirut IX, and my company did actually peering with Beirut IX for one reason, because we wanted to benefit from the Google cache that they had. So my question is, do you have statistics about the change in the behavioral of peering between peers in the Middle East after that content provider moved in? So I think Thomas might be the best to answer this question because they said that Google is present here in UAE and in Omantel. And I would like to extend another question and be the black sheep in the room and suppose that we don't live in a perfect world where all the ISPs think about the best state of the internet, but they think about their best financial status, how they can make revenues out of it. So whether they are thinking about doing hot potato routing or whatever, if you guys have more content here in the Middle East, don't you think more and more ISPs will do peering between each other? Thank you.
Before you answer, one thing. We have 3 minutes left, if I'm right. So please, short answer, short question. Okay? Thanks.
Sorry about that.
So if the question was super long, does that mean I get to do a super long answer?
Exactly the opposite.
No. So yes, there is a circular relationship between content and interconnect. I think that has worked particularly well in Lebanon. We did deploy at Beirut IX because it had this neutrality and the fact that there were a bunch of networks there. And after we did deploy, we saw a significant amount of interconnect happening. And in fact, internet is booming now in Lebanon from what I heard this morning. So that's really great to hear. And I hope a lot of other content will follow. I think Lebanon, in terms of economic freedom and the dynamism of its players, is probably not your typical Gulf country. My experience is that Lebanon, there's a lot of people all around creating companies, making business, interconnecting, etc., which is probably very specific.
Okay, last question, please.
Yeah, hi. Maher Qasim from Moscow Group, Lebanon. My question is similar to his, but it's more business aspect related. I mean, you can say forever, build it and we'll come. But why not say, we're here, come connect? It sounds much better. Like if you say to somebody, if 100 people, gather in a corner, Elvis Presley will come. Nobody's going to gather, but if you say Elvis Presley's in the corner, you're going to see everybody going to the corner. So from a business perspective, what is the main obstacle that prevents the content providers from doing that? From saying, let's say, going to a central, neutral location and saying, okay, we're here. We're much closer to you than Frankfurt or Marseille. We're in Dubai. Come connect to us.
So I reply on how it works specifically for us. We are very data and traffic driven. We will go where the traffic is. If there is no traffic, it really doesn't make sense for us to build. Of course, we are in the Middle East, you can come to us. We are at UAE-IX. We have a large presence there for now, and we can get all the long tail of the traffic, as we call it, that is the traffic that is not significant enough to get a local deployment there. So we are open to peer for sure. And regarding the chicken and egg situation, it's exactly like that. We cannot move. It doesn't really make sense for us to invest a lot of energy and a lot of money in something that is not yet happening. From what I can see in Lebanon, the situation is very fragmented. There is all national IX that is going to start. There is also Ojero that wants to peer. There is a lot of players and everybody wants a cache. The real fact is that there is no traffic going there at the moment. This is for us at least.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're at the end of our panel. It was really great to have you here. Big applause for all of you. And instead of having the last round of all saying goodbye, we will do a selfie. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for all of you to listen to us. I hope we had an interesting discussion, and I have to talk 30 seconds more until Nishal is up on stage, or 10.
Thank you very much, Marco, and thank you to the panel. Please, a round of applause. Marco, I don't think I didn't notice that you said there were no more questions while I was at the microphone. I've got that. I've got my 13 questions on file. So thank you very much. I hope that you found that interesting. The content challenges and also the essential infrastructure elements that are necessary to bring the content guys, the guys that you want quick and easy access to, into your environments. So hopefully I'll see a lot of you mobbing them during lunchtime, during tea time rather, and getting your one-on-one sessions with them. Hisham's got some bad news. He says that nobody's emailed him to introduce themselves as appearing bilateral. Hopefully that was just an omission. I think that he's going to still try and have a session open for you tomorrow. But if there's anybody else here that wants to come up and introduce themselves, you're welcome to take the microphone for a few minutes. Your AS number, where you're willing to peer. No? Too late? Want to go for tea? All right, so there'll be another peering session tomorrow, another peering one like that tomorrow. Please send your details to hmi@ripe.net. Until then, we're going to break now for about 26 minutes. We'll see you back here at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much.
obstacles to have this interconnection between the different ANRINs in the region. So I would like to call Dr. Yusuf Torman from ASRIN, who will highlight these obstacles and give us details on what ASRIN is doing and what's the plan.
I guess it's difficult, the last session is difficult, but I don't know if it's for me or for you. So thank you. My name is Yusuf Torman. I am the Managing Director of the Arab States Research and Education Network, ASRIN, so I'll keep saying ASRIN, which is the Arab States Research and Education Network. I will be speaking about mainly the research infrastructure. So we are enabler to help research at the level. So if you allow me to start my presentation with this picture. We have been hosted. I am very happy and would like to thank the Omani people for hosting this event, and I have very good experience with them. They hosted our event in 2014, and at that time they launched the OMRIN logo at that time, and I think we'll have some time to have our colleagues from OMRIN to say something about this. The good thing that we have at that time 14 Arab Emirates present there. We are also, we hosted, as Shafiq said, that we are trying to interact and to cooperate with Internet Star organization, let's say. So one of them was the MENOG. So we hosted MENOG in Amman in September 2012. So we are there and we are happy to extend our collaboration with other organizations. Before I So I will take maybe 2 to 3 minutes to talk about the NRINs. NRINs are National Research and Education Networks. The idea of research and education networks that we are working on building dedicated networks for research and education rather than using the internet as a means of collaboration. There are many reasons for this, but before that, it comes at 3 levels. The first level is at the national level, so we have every country should have its own national research and education network. When I say together in one network, and that's at the national level. And then at the regional level, you will see that there is also a need to interconnect the research and education network at the regional level. Then they all together will form the global research and education network. So this is very quickly. By the way, I have many slides, so I will try to skip them. I'm sorry. So there are many drivers for this. It's not only just we want to dedicate a network for that. There is a huge demand on computing, on access mainly to computing facilities to do the research that needs that intensive need for HPCs and so on. Especially when you talk about let's say biodiversity. If any of you are aware of CERN, to do the computation on the spot, because this data cannot be stored and cannot be regenerated, so they need to have access to all needed computing HPCs to analyze this data, for example. In addition to that, the idea of social side of these networks, that we want to bring a dedicated environment for the researchers so that they can collaborate alone. For example, we work on virtual organization, virtual communities across the world, and I will go over that. Another one is the economic side, which is they can, when they have dedicated, when they have their own network, then they can utilize the infrastructure, the resources. For example, I would like to mention an example in Jordan. We have one library management system to serve all the universities in Jordan through the national network of Jordan. So this is, instead of duplicating 11, because I'm talking about 11 universities, so they are utilizing one system that serves all the universities rather than investing, duplicating this in 11 universities. This is one example, an example for. So The objectives, I already mentioned about this, mentioned these objectives, and for the services that are provided by the entrants mainly, they come in, for example, what they call unified access. For example, they can also let's say work on consolidated services rather than doing for example, internet access. By the way, when I say internet, it doesn't mean that we don't need internet. Entrants are the same. We use the internet technology. We use everything. We are a network, but it's dedicated. On the other hand, we use the network. We have the internet. It's not only in isolated environment. So therefore, for example, I said consolidation of services and all of that. It's a very long set of services. I will come to examples later on. Again, this is one example. There is a link between New York and Amsterdam. It started with 100 gigabit per second. That's dedicated for research, and in 2 years, it has been upgraded to 200 gigabit per second, and now they are talking about 3 gigabits per second. So the demand is huge, and it's a need. Now, one very important, you see the regions. So you see all the world now, and you will see that everywhere you will see a regional network that covers that region. So we are Australian representing the Arab side, the Arab region, and you will see Karen, you will see Latin Clara, and everywhere. So research and education networks are everywhere. It's not only in our region. Actually, we are following what's going on in the world. And you see how they are all interconnected. Again, therefore, we are now considering what we call global network architecture, so that we can all work together, all the entrants that just you have seen there, all the regional networks. We are all working together to build what we call a global network architecture to serve the whole research communities across the globe. Another example, you see how people are connected. And there is a project called NEAR to connect between Africa and America through Europe. Very quickly, this is a slide. It's not mine. It's Dave Lambert, who is the CEO of the Internet 2, which is the research network of the United States. There are how these entrants should be. Mainly, you can see that at the end that entrants now are not only networks; they are more. They are enablers. They are facilitator, and you can see. They will be market rather than they will be a knowledge multiplier, for example, economic development engine. So this is what we are thinking of entrants. Again, there are now developments. You can see that they start with just a physical network, and they later on start doing services. So we are talking about now in entrants version 3. This is, again, I'm repeating something which is related to the implications of, and for now we are thinking again, we are talking about the globalization of entrants. As Arab entrants, not only individual entrants that are working at the country level, but we want them to go globally. And this is what we are doing at ASREN. We are trying to, at the global level again, to help countries to justify and to make the case for developing this entrant at the national level. So we have created a portal. It's called Case for Entrants that describes all the arguments. Actually, first of all, it describes what are entrants and why do we need them, and then to make the case and how to send the message to the decision makers in that country that we need this network and we should work on establishing this network. And it also includes documents on how the legal form, for example, sometimes in some countries depend on the policy of that country. For example, in Jordan, it's a non-profit company that runs the national network, while in Algeria, for example, it's a government. And maybe Oman will speak about this later on. This slide is about, you all know that there are, United Nations has just announced its Sustainable Development Goals, and you will see there are 17 goals that have to be achieved by the United Nations. NREN's research and education networks are one of the key enablers for these Sustainable Development Goals. I will not go into the details of these, but you can see that for example, the fourth goal is about quality education. We are the enabler for that, for example. Again, if you look about climate actions, we are working on Earth observation data that supports the climate and the research in that also. So we are one of the key enabler for achieving these Sustainable Development Goals. Very quickly, there are a lot of programs that have been supported by the European Commission. I have to mention that because they have helped us on marketing and connecting our Mediterranean countries to Europe. One of them is the Humid Connect. It's a project that started in 2004, and at that time you see that most of the Arab countries have been connected, Arab Mediterranean countries have been connected under this project. Sorry. Now it's still available. We are in the third version, and there's a project called Africa Connect 2, which is also which covers also the North African part of the Arab region. This is the status of entrance in the Arab region. You will see that many Arab countries have mature entrance. Some others are developing, and some others are starting. The details is not very important here, but this is the map. This is at the national level. Now at the regional level, you will see that we started in 2005 to establish a network, or at least an organization that can start building the network, and we started since 2005, and we tried many initiatives. We started, we followed some declarations and initiatives, but all of them did not work. And finally, we started ASREN in 2011. It was launched in Cairo in December 2010. I'm sorry, late December 2010, which is under the patronage of Secretary General, and it's now endorsed by the League of Arab States. It's a non-profit organization. It's registered in Germany with the vision and mission around establishing the research and education infrastructure for the Arab region and to connect them with the rest of the world. We have three major objectives. Very quickly, the first objective is to help the Arab countries to establish their entrance, because we know that many Arab countries at that time they did not have entrance in place. So we worked hard with many countries to help them and to make the case for the ministries and the decision makers that this is a need for their countries to establish this. And we have worked with most of the Arab countries on this. The second objective is to work on the global, at the regional level, to have a network that connects all these entrants together and then to interconnect it to the rest of the world. The third objective is to work on services rather than just not only to build the network, but we need to build services on top of that. I will come to some examples. This is the status of entrance in the Arab world in 2011. That's exactly the date when ASREN started. You will see that we have only Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, Sudan, Somalia, Jordan, Palestine, and United Arab Emirates with entrance. And the rest either we're starting or thinking of that. But you will see that those with no entrance have been, it's a very long list. Now you will see in 2017, it's different. Either most of the Arab countries now, either they have entrance in place or they are working with that. I'm sorry that Syria at that time that was very active, and they have two networks, Sharon and Highest. Unfortunately now, I hope things will settle down and Syria will be back with us. This slide was presented in Oman. You see that, again, it's just repeating what I already mentioned. There are many activities in Yemen, in Iraq, and everywhere. ASREN is a shareholder-based model, so we have now we have 6 shareholders, and we are expecting 5 to be very soon shareholders. Before going ahead, I would like to ask my colleague and brother, Dr. Abdul Mun'im, to say 2 minutes about Omren, because we are now in Oman. Please, Oman.
Thank you, Yusuf. Well, he insisted that I say something, a word or two about Omren. Omren is Oman Research and Education Network. It's an initiative by the Research Council Oman. We managed to attract major universities in Oman, including Sultan Qaboos University and many other private universities. We went beyond only connectivity, so we are going to provide services like virtual science library. This was a separate project by the Research Council, which is providing publications to the researchers and educators, and education sector as well, and that will be part of our project, luckily. We managed to support and fund the whole project, so we are going well. We are members of ASRIN, thanks to Yusuf, and we are members of RIBE NCC as well. And we have peerings with Internet 2, with Giant. We have our own domain, omren.om. So we are doing well. Our steering committee is very well represented by national organizations like TRA, ITA, also included the national ISP, Omantel. So this is Omren. Thank you.
I wanted to say this is a very good model. Oman are doing very concrete steps that towards have their end-runs, and this is why I invited him to speak very shortly about this. Really, a very good model that people can follow, and so thank you and congratulations. This is the Arab end-run connectivity. It's you will see some of them are connected with that link, so very soon it will be connected. But you will see that all of them are just individually connected. We don't have any network to interconnect the Arab countries. Therefore, when ASRIN started, we proposed the following model: to have main exchange points in the Arab region. One of them in Fujairah, in Egypt, and the other one in Maghreb region, and the last one in London. And some minor points in Jordan and in Saudi Arabia. This is mainly the first structure that we thought of at that time. And we started that. The first POP was in London, and we have successfully implemented all our setup, and equipment was network to run this exchange point. The other one is Ankabut, AgeOx, Arabian Global Education Open Exchange. It's now operational, and we hope we can have more connections there. But the idea is, okay, now I will get back to the network, but to go very quickly over the services. One of the main services that we call it EduRoam, which is educational roaming. So it's a Wi-Fi network that can a university, for example, can establish that Wi-Fi network, and it will be connected to the global EduRoam network through some policies and some agreements. So, as the guy who is in, for example, in a university in Morocco, for example, and he wants to he goes to a university in Switzerland. So this is the service, we call it EduRoam, it's Wi-Fi. It's a Wi-Fi, but it's a global network rather than just at the campus level. Most of the Arab countries are starting now, fully implemented in Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Algeria, and the others are following, and hopefully we will be part of that network. Another service it's called the IDP. which is based on federation of identity, rather, because what we are thinking of for the searchers is to provide them to serve their mobility. So wherever that guy, that researcher, he will have access to the services through the identity federation system that we are talking. So Aston has its own IDP. Again, Oman is the first, TRC is the first to join this EduGain network. So again, we would like to serve the user's mobility through these two services, the federation, so he can be authenticated to access the services, and he will have access when he is moving around the world. We have Science Gateways. It's a portal that provides access to a set of applications and all of that. So I know that I'm out of time, so very quickly. These are some services that, applications that are available in our Science Gateway. Morocco has its own Science Gateway, and Algeria also. We work also on what we call a global science community to build science communities based. It's a group of people. We provide them with all with all collaboration tools and video conferencing tools and all of that, so that they can work together in a convenient environment. So we have 4 communities on e-health, biodiversity, environment, and remote instrumentations. Now, this is maybe near to the last slide, the Arab Connect. Back to the slide that I mentioned earlier, that we want to have a cloud and we have point of presence in some Arab countries. It's really complicated, and we have been suffering from the last mile, from the cross connect. For example, if you want to bring the people to, for example, Sudan, Libya, Jordan, to Egypt, it is really very costly and very complicated, and we have been working with Cairo, with many people in the League of Arab States on that. Unfortunately, it's very complicated, very expensive the other side, and so therefore we have proposed a new approach to have what we call built, like to start from the Gulf. It's affordable. It's possible. We can do that in a convenient price. Though it's expensive, but we can do it. So in this case, we will avoid having a point of presence in every Arab country and to interconnect them all together. So our idea is that everybody will tap to that cable. Depends on the, so it will be, for example, Libya will join, will be at their landing point. We will pass by Libya, so at that landing point, the responsibility of Libyan INREN to connect that to this cable. This cable we have offers, and we are gigabit per second from Basra to London for 15 years at around 500,000 US dollars for 15 years. And if you want to connect Morocco to this cable, concerns, we have many concerns, and I used to have a slide of complications that we are suffering in the region. That was in 2005 to anyways, this is summarizing our concern. There is difference between, I think the cost is different than the price. We receive price which is very very high compared to the cost. The cost in almost everywhere is almost the same or with minor difference. But if you want to, for example, the cost of expensive from Morocco to London, and from Jordan to London, the cost of is almost around 70 times much more than the cost in Jordan. So therefore we need the national operators to cooperate, and local carriers also. The regional and the global operators is very important. We need your support. regulators, and I see the ministries because they have influence on the operators. At least I don't know. You know more than me. And we need the support of international organizations like the League of Arab States, ITU, ISQA, and all of that, and the technology providers also. This is what I need. Just the last slide. For those who are interested to know more and to be involved more in this community, I invite you to join the Terena Networking Conference. It will be in Linz, Austria, 2nd of June and 2017. And our conference, we have every year, we have a conference every year in Arab country. This year, it will be in Cairo, in the League of Arab States, at the House of Arabs. So you are all invited. I encourage you. I will send you all the details of this, and for those who are interested to participate, to speak, and for those who are interested to sponsor also, we invite you to sponsor us. And thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have the questions we'll take the questions now or at the end of the session. We can take it now? Okay. So please, we will open the floor for the questions before we start with the racing.
Yeah, Bernd from DKX UAEX. I just wanted to raise the question that maybe it's a good idea to check Marseille as an alternative collection point, because with all respect on the position of London, but if you interconnect everything in the northeast of Europe, so you interconnect Africa with Middle East, I think this is a big loop, so maybe you can save also milliseconds when you look at Marseille or even maybe south of Italy or Greece to interconnect the cables there.
أنا مش فاهم السؤال معلش. الصوت ما كانش واضح مش فاهم. Yeah, okay, I understand. I'm sorry, I did not get your accent. I'm sorry. Yes, for now, we not necessarily we don't have to go to London. This is what we have now, because we have a collaboration and cooperation with Giant, which is now has some setup in London, and therefore we are open to go anywhere in Europe. It's fine with us. It's no problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Nishal, professional troublemaker. Might I suggest, I mean, this is a network of academics, so you probably understand this better than I do, but I have a very simple equation for working out where to interconnect to places. And it simply is speed times distance equals cost. So the further I'm trying to get to something, to interconnect to something else, it seems rational to me that the more I'm going to spend on, well, that interconnection. And to me it would seem obvious, and apologies, I'm not that familiar with the region, but it would seem obvious that if you're trying to interconnect the folks, then while London might seem to be the easy to get it done place right now because of cost, there are other factors that are not, there are other factors to get your costs down here, because if you could get the distance of the fiber between the different NRENs and between the different countries, the distance of the fiber between the different countries is a heck of a lot shorter if you're going to do it in this region than if you're going to backhaul it out, whether it's going to go to Marseille or London or even Johannesburg, wherever that's going to be. Particularly if you're doing it with NRENs, there's a fair amount of political clout that you could pull in because it's for NRENs, and that has inherent value to the society around you. It's not so much a comment, as I said, it was more, this is the way I factor stuff, speed times distance equals cost. And I think that perhaps if you cut the distance down, you'll be able to find the cost coming down as well, because that was something that came through quite clearly in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishal. Dr. Ahmad?
My name is Ahmad Sadeh from Palestine, Birzeit University. So I heard about this project from some years ago, but my question is, what is the main challenge for this project? Because to this moment, it is not completed. Is it, let's say, policy or governmental decision need, or it is need technical decision or a technical issue, or it needs money-wise funding, or what the main challenge?
Yeah, our region is complicated. We launched ASTRIN in 2000, by the end of 2010, and the instability in the Arab region is very important. And if you look at this slide, and you will see 4 ministers or vice ministers from the Arab region who signed with us on starting their entrance. And I had the presentation in June 2014. That was almost exactly 6 months of history, and none of them was on his. So they disappeared. They are no longer ministers, or for example, this is one example. So the instability is very important aspect. The other things are regulations, the cost. The cost is very, the cost. The political support. The political support at the country level, is very important, and we have to approach the regulators, or we have to approach to make the case at the country level. For us at the regional level, maybe it's our concern at the national level, but also at the regional level, to cross connect. It's strange, very strange pricing models, and it's not pricing. It's killing us, actually. They are saying we will not help you.
Yes, Hisham? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for the presentation. My name is Hisham Ibrahim, RIPE NCC. I just wanted to ask, so you're building the cable system, but I didn't get from the presentation who's going to be covering that last mile to connect to the cable, which I think is where the most expensive bit of the interconnection is.
Yeah, I said that because you remember that we started it's very far slide, to have exchange points in the 3 or 4 exchange points in the Arab region, and people will connect these exchange points, and these exchange points will go to Europe, to America, and everywhere. This model is very complicated because we have to bring Libya, for example, to Egypt, Sudan to Egypt, Jordan to Egypt, for example, and in this case, the cost of bringing these 4 countries to Egypt for 1 year, it's almost equivalent to the cost of leasing this fiber for 15 years. So the last mile, it will be therefore the last mile will be the responsibility of that country. So we are building a cable, this cable. And we will pass by the landing points of each Arab country, and they should be able to.
So the NREN will cover the cost to connect.
The NREN, in case of North African and Mediterranean, we have funding from the European Commission to support 60% of that cost, but for others it's not. For example, Somalia is included in Africa Connect 2 project. Again, it can benefit from that partial funding also. But for the Gulf, for example, or for Iraq, or for they will pay the cost. So when we have the cable, this cable, it will go from Fujairah, for example, to Singapore.
Yes.
And the other one will go, for example, let's say it's not necessarily London, but supposing it's going to London. So once they are in London, they are connected to everywhere. If you remember my global network of entrance. So in this case, everybody will be connected once he tapped to our cable.
So, Doctor, sorry, final question: what happens when the funding ends?
What happens?
When the funding ends. I mean, there is a current fund now that will subsidize some of that cost for the national but when the fund ends.
Good question. We are working. We hope. Actually, there is a sustainability. Let's say the project, for example, that's funding this. It insists on having a sustainability income for that NREN. So the NREN should take the responsibility after of the funding, which will very likely to happen. But we are telling them that it's your responsibility at some time to take the full responsibility of that connection.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Youssef. Thank you so much. Thank you. So just to sum up, Dr. Youssef is calling for the operators to cooperate with Azrin, with him to support the last mile connections. So I hope that you will have a successful meeting with these operators here, Dr. Youssef. So talking about researchers, interconnection, academic, that gets us to RACI, RIPE Academic Cooperation Initiative. I would like to call my colleague Gergana, who's leading the project, to explain this initiative and how it works.
Hi, my name is Gergana Petrova. I work at the External Relations Department at RIPE NCC. I'm going to take really 2-3 minutes to tell you about the RIPE Academic Cooperation Initiative, or RACI for short. So we started this in 2013 with the aim to bring some more academics to present at RIPE meetings. And the idea behind this was twofold. On the one hand, to let academics present their research and maybe give the audience some ideas or find out about useful tools that they have created. And on the other hand, give academics the opportunity to receive feedback from you about practical issues that you're working on, problems you're facing, so that maybe this could be their next research project. So how it works, academics would apply online, we would select the winning applications, and they're going to receive flights, accommodation, and the meeting fee waived. And when I say we're going to bring them to the meetings, which meetings I mean, 2013 we that includes also the regional meetings in Middle East, Eastern Europe, and Southeast Europe. And we have 5 RACI people that are at MENOG 17. 2 are going to speak straight after me, and there are going to be 3 more at the closing plenary. Some examples of relevant topics. You can submit anything about network measurements and analysis, IPv6 deployment, BGP routing, security, internet governance, peering and interconnectivity, and Internet of Things. If you're working on something else and you're wondering if it's going to be applicable or not, just drop me a line. You can find a lot more information at ripe.net/RACI. We also have a mailing list where I post announcements for upcoming deadlines and also other pieces related to academic research. And we also have presence on Twitter and LinkedIn, so if you're interested, join us there. This is what I wanted to tell you very quickly now. I would like to leave you with, in October, we're going to have the RIPE meeting in Dubai. We would like to have a lot of academics from the Middle East, so please apply if this is applicable to you, or if you know academics that are working on something interesting, encourage them to apply. We would really like to have amazing presentations for the next RIPE meeting. Thank you.
And just I want to thank the Azrin and Omarin and all the NRNs for their support and cooperation with us regarding the RACI. So hopefully we'll do the same for the RIPE meeting in Dubai. To continue, so I will just want to call our first successful RACI candidate, Dr. Ahmed Assada from Birzeit University, to share with us on the topic of the deployment of IPv6 without compromising the internet users' privacy. Dr. Ahmed, please.
Yeah, thank you for RIPE NCC to give me this chance to present my work in IPv6 security. By the way, I'm not quite sure who's the technical here. How many of you have been hand-on experience in IPv6? Okay. You know, I know you know. Okay. Yeah. So actually, then maybe the next question is how many have running IPv6 in reality in his network? Okay. So you might have an experience more than me because it's not learning at Birzeit University. I hope it will be in the next future. I will work on that. So I will give a talk about very specific issue in IB version 6, which is related to auto configuration. To who's not knowing this issue, I will explain it in the next slides. Okay. So who's control the slides? Should I? Who's control the slides? Sorry.
Space.
Okay, it works. So IB version 6 configuration. So you may know IPv4 configuration, you can do it by two ways. The first way is to do it both with static IP address, and the second way is to do it by using DHCP. In IPv6, there is another new way, I would say. So it's called stateless auto configuration, which is like plug and play, and it is a new features in IP version 6. And it depends, this subnet will be constructed using what they called it local prefix, and this is very, so it is fixed number and no need to communicate with other machines to construct it. And this part is called the interface ID part, and this is also formed based on another things in the machine, for instance, based on the MAC address. Yes, so one of the way is to do, how to do based on the MAC address is just to insert, so this is the MAC address, so it is just certain numbers here, and you need to insert, so it is 48 bits, and you need to insert some bits here to make it 64-bit, and then just append the prefix, because the MAC address have the nature that it is fixed, and so everywhere where you go, then the IP address will, or at least the interface identifier part will be the same. So in this case, it is possible to track the person or the people based on their IP address. So this is bring a privacy concern here. And the other thing is also, so there is no way for, so how it works actually, because it is auto configuration, now in this case, the new node, when I join the network, it needs to ask if anybody used this address before. So in this case, it will send this message, is anybody used this address, then a malicious attacker or a malicious node in this network will respond that I use this address. And here, then the node will try again, then the attacker will respond, I have this address already. Then it will try again. I think according to the RFCs, it tries 3 times. Then after that, then the new node will give up. So this is kind of spoofing, and then the kind also of denial of service attack, so the node will not get the address. So here we will see this approach based on the MAC address have privacy and security concerns. So therefore, there is a proposal by IETF, I think it is from Microsoft, it's called the privacy extension. So they need to generate this part, the interface identifier, in a random manner. So in this case, it will be changed every. So it solves the problem of privacy, but it doesn't solve the problem of security. So how it's work, the privacy extension. So the computer or the device takes some initial values and then just hash it and append it in the interface identifier part. And this interface identifier part value will be valid for a certain time. After that, it will need to be exchanged. The third method, which is already proposed, so till this moment, this is like an introduction. It's what's called cryptographically generated addresses. Basically, the node will have public and private key pair, and then the node will take the public key and other values and just hash it and put it into the interface part of the IP address. And after that, every message going from this node will be signed using the corresponding private key that hash it in, corresponding to the public key that hash it into the interface identifier part. So this is what they called it CGAs. So in principle, the hash value is, the output is supposed to be random. So in this case, they solve the problem of privacy. On the other hand, also solve the problem of security, so no one can spoof the address, because in this case, the spoofed node should show up that could use this public key and sign with the corresponding private key. So this approach solves, I would say, the privacy and security problem. But to go deep in the details, how it works, actually there is some details, because only we have certain number of bits here, which is 64-bit, and some of them are used for special purposes like UNG bit. And also to distinguish that this is a CGA address, they have some also reserved bit here. They call it SIC bit, and this is 3 bits. So at the end we have only 59 bits from 64 bits, and this is from a cryptographical point of view, it is easy to do the brute force search attack. So in this case there is a, I would say, a novel idea from Thomas Ura, and he came up with idea, what he called it hash extension, and to do some extra work here before calculating this value, to make the complexity more. But in this case, they need to do extra work here, and this is the most intensive part. I will not go in details here, so this is the most intensive part here, and so this is like SIC value here is a scaling value. If you have so scaling value with 3 bits, so you have value 0, 1, 2, 3 until 7. So if you select value 0, so you almost do nothing. 1, you do some work. 2, it's more work, and so on and so forth. So I did an experiment, and here some values corresponding to the calculation of the CGAs. If you have a SIC value of 1, then it can be calculated within around 1 second. If it is done with 2 SIC values, then it's around 3 hours. With the 3 values, I expected to take around 12 years, sorry. So I didn't do it. So I didn't think anyone will go with such high of security level as just to, for instance, to check email address or to do things just to get secure address. So what we can notice here that the problem is with the first approach is based on the MAC address. They call it extended unique interface identifier here. Suffer from security and the privacy problem, while the privacy extension solved the privacy but didn't solve the security. So what can we do? So actually, one of the things is to setting lifetime for the address. So I would, so the suggestion that we have proposed is to have, okay, not only rely on to the SIC value, is to say that, okay, I need, for instance, a secure address, the most secure address within 2 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever you need. Also, if it's still we needed to use the SIC value, I would suggest here so I have to go here some details so to make it more clear, but here they have a multiplication 16 times the SIC value, and in total this is the number of bits that have to be in the hash result equals 0. But if we take 7, then in total, we have 112 bits. If we take it 1, then we have 16 bit in this case. So let's make the granularity smaller. So this is what was already, we did it to make it more practical and to prevent the security and the privacy, let's say, more practical. So so actually this is not a part, so it is come integrated with what is called secure neighbor discovery, because there is more details and this duplicated address detection on how it carried out based on what they call the neighbor discovery protocol. So it is part of what called secure neighbor discovery protocol. But secure neighbor discovery protocol, it is more than what is the CGA. The CGA-based signature. It also needs certificates for routers in addition to timestamp and nonce to prevent replay attack, and certificate authority to prevent the authority, because only this prevent the authentication. So it is solve the authentication problems to whom I receive, from whom I receive the message. It's not about the authority of the node. Where's this have been tested and done? Actually, it is tested with within the WinSend. WinSend is Windows Secure Neighbor Discovery implementation. Unfortunately, I cannot give it free because I did it when I was in Germany and the copyright for the institute. But if you need it, maybe I can communicate with my previous institute to give it to you. But there is also other implementation already there. So one may integrate these ideas with Neighbor Discovery Protector or EasySend, or Cisco have also their implementation for send protocol. So yes, I know that you may are tired, and this is the last section, and maybe we have here a lot of technical issues. I have to go through to get the full picture, but okay, I will just keep it here and end my talk if you have any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you. Questions, please?
Yeah. Hello, Jan George.
Hi.
Thank you for this presentation. What I was asking myself when I saw your suggestions how to improve the CGA, are you trying to change the standard, or are you just trying to change the implementation issues?
Yes, this is a really good question. I think you have to change also the standard. Yeah, but
did you ever consider going to the ITF and write an internal draft about this?
Until this moment, no. But may I will write a draft about that. But I know the cryptographical community will not like this very much.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, because
everybody can write an internal draft and.
Any other questions?
It's a good suggestion, Dr. Ahmed, and you should work on that. Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our last presenter for today is another successful candidate from RACI. I would like to call Dr. Abdessalam Al-Kholidi from Sana'a University. He put an interesting study with statistics mapping the internet resources in the GCC countries and Yemen.
Hello everybody, thank you for attending my presentation. Let me present myself. My name is Abdessalam Al-Kholidi. I'm a lecturer researcher for Sana'a University. The title of my presentation is Analyzing of various internet metrics over the time in GCC countries and Yemen. The main message of this presentation is to illustrate the internet sector in the region and present or propose solutions. The agenda of this presentation, we will start with an introduction, IP version 6 readiness, internet network status, average connection speed, challenges and obstacles, analysis and discussions, some recommendations and conclusion. In this slide, we can see the internet status in the world. If we can see in this figure, from the south to north, we saw the Arabic country or in Middle East countries in general, the speed of average connection speed is in the red zone. While, for example, in Scandinavia, in the cyan zone near the green, while only in South Korea is green. That's mean in the end. The importance of this presentation is to measure and analyze some internet metrics and introduce solutions, share the knowledge between internet service providers, engineers, researchers, cooperate between internet technical community in the region, compare the achievement between related countries and internet sector, provide solution for troubled countries as in Yemen, as a case study. In the Middle East, the internet usage until November 13, 2016, we see that in the Middle East, only 3.9%, and the worldwide, 96.2%. As demonstrated in this figure. Next one, we show in the internet user, starting from Iran, is the 46.8 millions, and Bahrain, 1.3 millions, and Yemen is about 6 million users, internet users. That means in GCC countries and Yemen, 46 millions of internet users bear approximately 76 million inhabitants. And the population until 2016, then internet in the red internet usage 30 June 2016, population penetration, we see here the Bahrain in the top, and Yemen and Gaza Strip in the last, for several reasons. For example, in Bahrain, it is a small country, 1.4 million, I think, populations. They have a good networks. In this figure, we can see the internet penetration in GCC countries and Yemen. Started in the top, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and finally, Yemen. For the fixed broadband population penetration, started from Bahrain in the same order to Yemen. In this figure, we see here United Arab Emirates, the network readiness, value is 5.3. The measure is from 0 until 6. For example, the Singapore has 6. That means the distance is 0 from the best. United Arab Emirates is 5.3. That means only 0.7 steps to the best. Two, we have a problem with in Yemen, and these presentations, the advantages of this presentation compared to the previous one, that it was prepared using a green energy, because in Yemen, the country. Next one, Middle East network readiness, IP version 6, enabled networks, and 4 April 2017, we see here Middle East in the yellow colors, and all except Middle East in the red colors. Then, IP version 6 enabled networks in GCC countries, we can see from top to down, started with United Arab Emirates with yellow color, and Bahrain, then Qatar, and we see here in this on the right figures, Yemen only started from 2015, but we have some problem during the last year. Maybe the internet IP version 6 readiness is frozen, is not changed a lot. IP version 6 readiness case of Yemen, we have 7 cases. Started with IP version 6 address types in Yemen. We have a native 624, and in the green is Trido. Next one is IP version 6 allocated prefixes in Yemen. The red one is the allocated. The green one here is allocated and announced. And finally, with the blue one, allocated and alive. The same case for this one is IP version 6 growth. According to IP version 6 users penetration Akamai, then green one according to Abenik, and blue one according to the Google. The same slide and case of Kuwait. Internet network status, average connection speed for 7 countries, Yemen, KSA, Qatar. We see here in the second column Yemen, the average download speed 575 kilobit per second, while in Saudi Arabia it is about 12, in Qatar 3.1. It is in the last year, in Bahrain 5.4, Oman the same, United Arab Emirates 6.1, and finally Kuwait 3.9. The current download speed index 22.4 for case of Yemen, 20.4 case Saudi Arabia, and so on until the Kuwait 20.1. Upload speed for Yemen, case of Yemen, 291 kilobit per second, 0.2, and the current upload speed index as demonstrated in the last line. This slide illustrates, we compared between Yemen and GCC countries we saw that the internet speed download and upload in Yemen is low compared to the GCC countries for several reasons. But I would like to compare between GCC countries and Scandinavia from south to north. In this table, for example, average download speed in Denmark, 34.6 megabit per second, Finland, 9.3, Sweden, 18.6, Norway, 18.6, Iceland, 36.4. And upload speed megabit per second, Sweden, 22.4, then Norway, 1.2, Iceland, 16.6. Thus, here, in the cyan color, as demonstrated in second figure, that means near of the green, compared to the South Korea is in the green, is the best, South Korea and Singapore. Next one, let me move to the challenges and obstacles. The study reached the following case of Yemen. Political instability from 2011, lack of regulatory authority, no radio regulation in the country, chronic corruption too, low economic development in the region, bad infrastructure, fixed lines, services, unreachable for majority of people. That's the case of Yemen. The study reached the following general case. The spread of illiteracy in the region. Not to of Torma illustrated before. Analysis 2. Internet sector in Yemen ranked is 136 in international level according to CAGR, compared to GCC countries have an advanced rank. Therefore, study proposed the following. Evaluate the internet sector in Yemen and propose solutions. Encourage the cooperation between Yemeni internet sector with RIBE, NCC, and GCC countries. Encourage stakeholders to develop own network based on IP version 6 addresses. Convince the decision makers that developing internet sector in Yemen mean a lot of things economically and in terms of information. Participate of academic establishment to increase the knowledge level for students. Help Yemen to widely use e-learning in education sector. Reserve IP version 6 addresses for education sector too. Exchange decision analysis to exchange of experience between internet operators in the region. Proposition. Cooperate between academic establishment with and internet operators and RIBE NCC. Encourage positive competition in the field of information technology. Benefits from the experts of leading countries in this field. Grant and annual incentive awards of companies and leading establishments in the field in the region. Encourage the organization of many events in universities for the new generation of internet technology. We note that internet speed in Scandinavian countries is so high compared to the GCC countries for the following reason. Widespread use of internet in the field of e-commerce. Increased the education level in Scandinavia, existence of e-gov in all countries widely, increasing number of digital TV services being delivered over a broadband internet. Proposition to improve the internet sector in related countries, accelerating high-speed internet access, improving the existing internet infrastructure, expanding of e-commerce marketing, improving special proposition to improve internet sector in Yemen, installing new generation of cellular networks as 4G or 5G, because until now, the mobile communication in Yemen, second generation. Developing internet markets, expanding of internet access in terms of international and regional connectivity. The last month, Yemen have an access encouraging the competition between internet service providers, launching of a new IP points, decreasing the price of the internet services. Finally, some recommendations to RIPE, NCC, MENOG, ICANN, to support the internet sector in Yemen, identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the internet sector in Yemen, developing a plan according to a timetable to improve this important sector, urging mobile operators to interact positively with the IP version 6, delivering a clear message to decision makers in Yemen to further develop the internet sector, because we have 4 presidents, 2 prime ministers, creating several internet training centers, for example, workshop and distribution, the latest e-books related website. Raising awareness for community, the importance of the services provided by IP version 6, supply, RIPE, NCC, all information needed to update Yemeni internet sector in the RIPE website, because when I searched about the information, we found the information from 2014. That means the data is not updated. Setting the agenda and designing a future Yemeni e-gov, explaining of negative implication of and development internet sector in Yemen, concentrating on the internet and sustainable development, concentrating on sustainable development of the internet sector, encouraging stakeholders to go ahead toward IP version 6 implementing. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you. Salam. Any questions from the floor? Please, can you take the micro?
Very nice presentation. Lots of very valuable information. Just one question in regards to some of the data in the presentation, such as number of users and also the connection speeds and connection qualities based on the 2016 survey and the 2000 survey. Where was that data collected from? Look into or read?
You mean from where the data in these presentations and the speed? In general, we have several websites in the net. First one test me, I try to test for each country, starting from Yemen and GCC countries, and collect of the data. According for the IP version 6 penetration rate or readiness, it is from RIPE NCC website.
Specifically the speeds, like you. Yes.
Yes,
these,
this one.
Yes. Where is that information from?
This information from the source, as indicated in the below here. Test me. It was at the end of the 2016. Yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I have one question. We know that Yemen have a very difficult situation, and also the ground is not helping to make fiber. Are you planning in Yemen to have 4G and 5G rather than putting landline?
From 5 years or 6 years, we tried to install the LTE, but we have a problem, as indicated in the first of my presentation, that we haven't got a radio regularity in Yemen. So until now, only we use second generation, 2.5, only we use 3G and internet, phone, etc. We will start strongly. Maybe we are going directly for LTE Advanced or for 5G, inshallah. But nowadays, it is so difficult to do or to improve the mobile or internet sector in Yemen for several reasons. We have instability now. To go the Gulf employers 7 months without salaries. If the employers in the country 7 months without salaries, it is difficult, so difficult to speak about 4G or 5G or for LTE. We will waiting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Salim. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thank you. Thank you so much. And based on your recommendation for the RIPE NCC support, you know that we were the first to support the internet community in Yemen in 2014, and we have some plans to support the community in Palestine and in Yemen, hopefully in the near future. So thank you so much for you guys. Have a nice evening, and I would like to remind you that tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock. Please be here at 9 o'clock. So thank you for your time, and have a pleasant evening. Thank you.